also, I had an opportunity to speak with Mr. Schoenhorn in advance of coming out today, and I did just want to alert the court to a conversation that he and I had. And we noticed the same thing, which is during the second interview, there is reference from the defendant herself to the fact that her cell phone was seized by police. And I know, of course, the court had suppressed her cell phone back in, I believe it was October. And so I brought that to Mr. Schoenhorn's attention. There was also an issue with Mr. Detective Kimball himself referring to the timelines as scripts during the course of the interview. And then a third issue I noticed was that Sergeant Ventresco references the CDR records, which again the court had suppressed back in December. And so what Attorney Schoenhorn and I discussed essentially was, is there a need for redactions or anything like that? Is there anything that's jumping out to him? And he indicated that he did not, he was not requesting redactions of those things at this time. And so I did just want to put that on the record, because if I see a stop sign in the horizon, I want to try to stop for it. That's what I noticed in my review, and I did just want to put that on the record so that everyone understands.
Thank you. Attorney Schoenhorn.
Well, there's a number of things to unpack here. Let me just talk about where I agree with Mr. McGinnis and what he just said. We understand there are issues that are things that I raised and deal with issues either that were parts of motions to suppress, including the ones that the court granted, as well as the use of certain terminology. So, for example, the fact that the witness during the interview uses the pejorative term alibi script. I'm not asking the state to edit out that comment, because I think the answer is a response to that pejorative statement. My concern had been that the witnesses here refer to it. It was done for media consumption, and they still use that in the media. So there's nothing I can do about that. So that with regard to things like the fact that her phone had been seized and whatnot, if I have to, or if I want to, I'll deal with that in like cross-examination. Part of the problem, though, from the way I just heard it, yesterday I was told that the state was going to go from the first interview to the second one 4 days later. In my cross-examination, I'm not in any position to cross-examine based on a part of this interview, because it continued 4 days later, clarified 4 days later, and my cross depends upon things that were clarified that next day. So it's nice of Mr. McGinnis to suggest that halfway through what I consider one continuous interrogation that took place on 2 different days, one while she's in custody and one while it's not. I'm not only am I not in any position to cross-examine just on the first part of it, except as to, there's 5 or 10 minutes of stuff that I could do that I'm ready for, but the rest of it would require the context of the contents of what happened 4 days later, where there's some clarification of what was said on June 2nd after she was not in custody. So I would say that the idea that I have to break up my cross-examination just because the state now, for the first time, is telling me, no, they're only going to play the first one and then I can cross-examine, when that's, aside from the fact that that's just completely unfair, and as I said, we were told they were going to play at least the first 2. I was prepared to wait on the third one in August, because there's certainly a break between June and she comes in for a third interview when they know more. But to suggest that I have to cross-examine on what was said on this one tape, then to have to cross-examine just about what was on the second one, I will reserve my cross at least after Detective Kimball finishes his direct on those matters. So, but Mr. McGinnis is correct on the other aspects. There are things in the video which I could have at least argued should be redacted, but some of them, such as, I'll give the court a perfect example. At one point, now Officer Kimball, I guess he's now a Westport police officer, shows a picture to one of the pictures, I assume, that has not yet been shown, I'll note, it's not even in evidence yet, so I could object on foundational grounds, shows pictures of Pavel Gumieni's truck and asks questions about it. And if I recall correctly, again, I don't have my notes out because he just brought this up now. I just assumed we were going to sit down and start playing videos. But at one point in the video, now Officer Kimball, or perhaps it's one of the other detectives, maybe it's Clabby, says, you see this glowing right here? This is evidence. He says, this is luminol. It shows blood. This is blood on the door of the Tacoma. And whose blood is that? And you see my client shrug and go, Jennifer's, in that respect. So obviously, let's be clear, it wasn't blood. One of the reasons I've been objecting to luminol coming in at all because of the Moody case is the idea it's misleading that this jury is going to think it is blood. Here is this officer telling Ms. Troconis that that is blood and assuming it's Jennifer's blood, when in fact it's not even an organic substance. It was tested, it's not blood, it has no DNA whatsoever. And as far as, once you see these pictures of this truck, you can tell it's rust. But be that as it may, I'm allowing that in so that I would then, at the appropriate point, cross-examine on it if the court had kept out the luminol discussion at all and the Castlemeyer. I might be asking for something different, but in light of it coming in, I would want to be able to indicate and cross-examine that this witness even knows that eventually, that what they knew that it had no DNA in it and therefore was not blood. I'm putting that on the record because I don't want anyone to suggest that I'm waiving an issue. I'm preserving it only in the sense the court's made certain rulings and I have to adjust based on those rulings. Therefore, I'm not going to ask for any redactions, that the whole thing can just be played. But I'm not going to agree that I have to cross-examine on part of what was said, and then, because under the rule of completeness, I believe those two interrogations should be played through the same, they're going to be played through the same witness, but should be played together, and I would insist that that happens, and then I'd be prepared to cross-examine on it. Otherwise, it's just not fair.
Attorney McGinnis.
Yes, Judge, so just a couple of things, because we went around the block several times there, so it sounds like there's an agreement that there's not going to be any redactions. What I am concerned about, though, is something that was raised that Attorney Schoenhorn wants to deal with the issue of the cell phone being seized on cross-examination. I'm hearing that for the first time, so if he's intending on saying, isn't it true that Judge Randolph suppressed this evidence, I don't think that that's appropriate cross-examination. You can't be using these things as shields and swords to try to make the police look bad. So if that's where he's intending on going with the cross-examination, I just want to say that I don't think that's appropriate. With respect to the specific issue, yes, we did indicate yesterday it was our intention to play both videos at the same time or consecutively. However, upon reflection, which is why we don't want to get into the trap of always previewing our evidence, we're mindful of the stamina of this jury and the fact that this is going to be a lot of video to watch. And so we are electing to play the second interview on a different day, which is 3.5 hours in and of itself. I don't think that the rule of completeness, frankly, applies. Obviously, Attorney Schoenhorn can ask questions that are within the scope of direct examination. And so if something was said during the first interview that he believes was clarified in the second interview, we can take that up on a case-by-case basis as to whether or not it's within the scope of direct examination. But I don't think that there's any rule requiring us to play both interviews consecutively at this point that I'm aware of. And the rule of completeness really deals with introducing one part of a particular statement and omitting the rest. It doesn't have to do with introducing a 2-hour and 45-minute interview and then introducing a 3.5-hour interview subsequently.
So the court wants to make sure it understands what the concern is. Is the concern that the interviews will be played on different days but consecutive days, or that the interviews are not going to be played on consecutive days?
Is that a question? I'm sorry.
For either counsel. So in other words, well, the court should ask Attorney Schoenhorn. Attorney Schoenhorn, is the concern that the interviews on, let's call them day 1 and day 2, aren't running all today? Or that one is running today and one is running next week? So the court does not understand how the presentation is going to go in.
The latter concern. Now, I'll just note, we asked each one of those jurors about the idea of maybe having to sit like for a whole day and with breaks and watching video. So I just want to allay whatever concern is being raised that, well, we don't want the jury to have to watch a whole day of video. I mean, the jury spent whole days looking at pictures. I don't know what the distinction is here between looking at pictures and watching videos. My concern, I want to be clear, is a lot of the things that come up in the first video are clarified and made clear in the second one. I just don't want to have to cross-examine about things that the next day or the next hour will be made clear, and that I'm not going to ask questions about it because it will have been clarified. That's the concern. It goes to the, I get that the court has said they can call witnesses back as many times as they want, and they don't have to tell me that they're doing that. And the court has also indicated I only get 24, I don't even get, I get evening before notice of who's coming the next day, requiring me to do preparation the night before. But I am not prepared to change my cross-examination based on the fact that, well, we're going to stop midway through the testimony, and then you can cross-examine, and then we'll continue. When I would say that goes directly to and interfering with my right to cross-examine a witness who's testifying about a subject. Same thing with when we had the DNA expert. There were things that I would want to bring out, but because they decided to divide her testimony, again, highly unusual to just call back experts about different items, because some of my cross would end up being, I think, redundant for that reason. However, I've adjusted to that as well. I can move, whatever I have to do that. I'm just not, I don't think it's fair, nor do I think it's reasonable that I should then, stopping after the first day of the recording, say now I can cross-examine. The state doesn't want to play the whole thing, wants to, if they want to break early or whatever, or put on some other evidence that doesn't necessarily even require a witness. I don't care about that. I just don't, I want to reserve my cross-examination until Mr. Kimball, Officer Kimball, has finished the two, because some things he said, for example, he corrected the next day. I mean, he admitted I may have been wrong about something that I said a couple of days ago, and I don't want to have to cross-examine him about it. The jury shouldn't have to wait to hear him then say I was wrong or I was incorrect about something, and I'll admit it. So that's my concern with having to break up the witness's cross-examination, which is basically on the same subject. My client gave hours of interviews, and I'm not even requiring the August one. Now, just briefly with regard to the other statement.
Well, before you proceed,
Yeah.
The court just wants to indicate what it, at this time, sees as a concern. If this were a 3-page statement by the defendant, and there had been a motion to suppress, the motion was denied, it probably would not have been countenanced that the state could present page 1 and then call a couple of witnesses, and then 2 or 3 days later call back the officer who took the statement and direct an examination concerning pages 2 and 3. And this is the analogy that the court is drawing to Attorney Schoenhorn's concern. as a practical matter, as defense counsel, of course, the jury is paying, in this court's view, very meticulous and close attention to the evidence. If Attorney Schoenhorn were to wait and not cross-examine the witness concerning something that is clarified later, the jury would probably come to some conclusions about the reason he didn't cross-examine. The state has the right to present the case as the state decides to present the case, but at a certain point, the balance tips. This is an irregular and unusual circumstance. The court is not so much concerned that Attorney Schoenhorn will have to be put to the task. The court is concerned that the nature of the defense changes and becomes somewhat diluted if the statement goes in not on consecutive days. Again, the example in which all counsel have had experience. Never does a statement come in where there is direct examination on page 1 concerning page 1, and 3 days later, pages 2 and 3. So the court is inclined, in the interest of justice and fairness, the defendant has a right to present a defense, but the defense cannot bear the burden of being truncated in such a way that it becomes diluted. So the court's determination in this matter is that the statements have to run consecutively.
That's fine, Judge. If we can address the other matter, though, which is,
Let me just interrupt. I have no intention of bringing up that the court ruled on a motion. I am fully apprised and I'm fully cognizant of the fact that the jury doesn't decide legal issues, so that would not be a question I would ask.
Well, the court would give an instruction if it did come out in any event. Attorney McGinnis.
well, that was what I wanted to be heard on, Judge, is that, I mean, obviously, the Fourth Amendment exists to protect defendants. They shouldn't be able to weaponize the Fourth Amendment, in a way to try to make the police essentially look bad by saying you did something unconstitutional, especially when the judge that ruled it was unconstitutional was presiding over this case. My concern is that it would give the impression to the jury that this court has in some way prejudged the investigation. And so that's why I don't think that that's appropriate, but it sounds like Attorney Schoenhorn isn't planning on going there, so perhaps we don't have to address it any further.
And if it slips out, the court is going to give the jury an instruction. Hopefully it will not slip out. Is there anything else?
No, Judge. We do have Detective Kimball here.
Oh, and the court's last question is, during the course of the video, do you intend, Attorney McGinnis, to stop the video and direct an examination, or do you intend just to let the video run and then direct an examination?
I will be stopping it at various times and asking questions. Not, all the time, but occasionally.
Thank you. The court is trying to determine, well, the jury already knows from the voir dire process that there will be long stretches of video. So the court is not going to indicate to the jury that you're about to watch long stretches of video. We will just take our breaks when we take our breaks. Okay. Shall we bring the jury in?
Yes, Judge. Yes. Oh, let's get a break. It's John's asking for this.
Would counsel stipulate, please?
Yes, Judge.
Yes.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning. Attorney McGinnis, are you prepared to proceed?
Yes, Your Honor. The state calls Detective John Kimball.
Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or solemnly and sincerely affirm, as the case may be, that the evidence you shall give concerning this case shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God, or upon penalty of perjury?
I do, yes.
Please state your name and spell it for the record.
John Kimball, first name is John, last name is Kimball.
And your
Detective Kimball-
affiliation?
Well, I'm sorry. Connecticut State Police, correct?
Retired, yes, Your
Yes.
Honor.
And you may be seated, thank you.
Yes, Your Honor.
Detective Kimball, good morning.
Morning, sir.
I'm referring to you as Detective Kimball, but you're not in fact Detective Kimball anymore, is that correct?
That is correct.
By whom are you currently employed?
Currently employed by Westport Police Department.
What role do you have at the Westport Police Department?
I'm a police officer on patrol
How long have you been employed with the Westport Police Department?
since October 24th of 2022.
And prior to becoming a Westport police officer, you worked for the Connecticut State Police, is that right?
Yes, I did.
And can you just indicate to the jury what year you began working for the Connecticut State Police?
I began 1998 with Connecticut State Police.
Prior to working for the Connecticut State Police, had you worked for any other law enforcement agencies?
Yes.
Which agency was that?
Orange Police in Connecticut.
What year did you work for the Orange Police Department?
I started in 1994.
And how long did you work there for?
Approximately 5 years.
And so you then became a Connecticut State Trooper, is that correct?
That's correct.
Would you mind just telling the jury a little bit about your career path with the Connecticut State Police?
So I went through the Connecticut State Police Academy, and I entered, when I graduated, I went to Troop A as a patrol trooper. I was a trooper trainee, trooper. I was a resident trooper for approximately 2 years up in New Fairfield. And I reached I then went into major crime in 2009, excuse me. And I worked first in up in Canaan, Troop B, and then I worked down in Bridgeport, Troop G. Worked there until I was promoted to sergeant, and I then went to IA, and then I went to Chief of Staff for Lieutenant Colonel Jackson Callis.
And is that where you finished your career as Chief of Staff?
That's correct.
In May of 2019, were you a detective with the Major Crimes Unit?
Yes, I was.
And were you working out of Troop G?
I was, yes.
And since you were a detective at the time, is it all right if I refer to you as detective during the direct examination?
Yes.
Troop G covers what areas of Connecticut?
Troop G is in Western District, so realistically, we cover anything on the west third of the state of Connecticut, from the Massachusetts border down to New York, primarily Fairfield County area.
Does that include the town of New Canaan?
It does, yes.
Did you become involved in the case of the missing person by the name of Jennifer Dulos?
Yes, I did.
What date did you become involved with this case?
The 25th of May, 2019.
How did you become involved with this case?
We received a call out from my Sergeant Ken Ventresca that there was a missing person, and we responded down to New Canaan.
What was the initial role that the Connecticut State Police was with the New Canaan Police Department?
Our initial role was as an assist to New Canaan Police for the missing person.
Did that role evolve over time?
Yes, it did.
How did it evolve?
Eventually, we were cast as the primary investigative agency, so basically, New Canaan and the state police swapped roles. New Canaan was still involved, but the state police took the lead on the investigation.
And were you in fact the lead case officer on behalf of the Connecticut State Police?
Yes,
How did you become assigned as the lead case officer?
I was assigned that by Sergeant Ken Ventresca, my supervisor.
I'd like to talk to you now about May 25th, 2019. You indicated that that was the date that you became involved with the case.
Yes.
Where did you respond that day?
I responded down to 69 Wells Lane in New Canaan.
And was that where you initially responded?
Yes.
And when you arrived at 69 Wells Lane, what did you do?
I met with Officer Tom Patton from the New Canaan Police Department, and I spoke to some of our personnel from the van that were already on scene.
And did you observe anything inside of 69 Wells Lane?
Yes, I did.
What did you observe, sir?
I observed what appeared to be some blood-like stains and on the floor of the garage. I didn't take a close look.
Did you also respond to the New Canaan Police Department that day?
Yes, I did.
Approximately what time?
Probably around, I don't know what time.
Was there a command post at the New Canaan Police Department?
Yes, that's where we established our command post.
And would it be fair to say that there were numerous law enforcement personnel working out of that command post?
Yes, that's correct.
Now, can you explain to the jury as the lead case officer what your responsibilities are?
So I would be responsible for the overall case. That does not mean I do every interview or write every report, but I'm essentially the conduit through which, along with my supervisor, Sergeant Ken Ventresca, the information flows, and I would be responsible for the overall investigation of the case.
And when you say you're responsible for where the information flows, is information being relayed to you by law enforcement personnel?
Yes, that's correct.
And during the course of the investigation, was a person of interest developed as potentially being involved in the disappearance of Jennifer Dulos?
Yes.
Who was that?
Fotis Dulos, her estranged husband.
And did you and fellow law enforcement personnel begin to, for lack of a better term, research Mr. Dulos?
Yes, we did.
Did you learn whether or not he was the owner of a particular company?
Yes, we did.
What company was that?
He was the owner of a construction company you referred to, named the Ford Group.
You mentioned that he was the owner of a construction company. Did that construction company develop houses?
Yes.
And did you become aware of whether or not Mr. Dulos owned several properties in the Farmington and Avon area of Connecticut?
Yes.
Do you recall those properties?
They would include
Your Honor,
585.
now, I allowed some preliminary, I didn't object, it is all leading and now it's hearsay, so I'm not sure this witness's testimony of what he learned, what others learned is relevant or not hearsay, and since this testimony has come out, I'm just objecting on that basis before we go too far.
Well, the question was, do you know what those properties were? And through investigation, this was the lead investigative officer on the case. So investigation leads to certain information. The court is going to overrule the objection.
And I did just want to indicate, Judge, that I'm going to be asking a series of questions along those lines. I'm not offering any of this for the truth at this time, but as the court knows, we're about to get to an interview, and all of this information informs the interview, and so that's why I'm asking these questions. So I'd ask for some leeway.
You can proceed.
Do you recall the addresses?
Yes, I do. I remember some of the addresses. There was the residence at 4 Jefferson Crossing, where Mr. Dulos resided. There was 80 Mountain Spring Road. There was 84 and 88 Mountain Spring Road, which are parcels north of 80. There were some parcels, some land on Old Mountain Road, which is a road that connects Eli Road and Mountain Spring Road. And another address is 585 Deer Cliff, which is very close to 4 Jefferson Crossing.
You mentioned that Mr. Dulos lived at 4 Jefferson Crossing. Were you aware of whether or not he lived with anyone at 4 Jefferson Crossing?
Yes.
Who did he live with?
He lived with the defendant, Michelle Troconis.
Did he live with anyone else?
Michelle's juvenile daughter.
And do you see Ms. Troconis in the courtroom today?
I do, the defendant.
Okay, and you're indicating to your right, can you just indicate what type of shirt she has on?
She has a beige long sleeve shirt.
Judge, he identified the defendant.
Thank you.
Now, you mentioned that Mr. Dulos became a person of interest. Were you present at the police department on May 25th, 2019 when he arrived?
Yes, I was.
Do you recall where you were located?
I was in the command post, which is on the second floor of Mcana Police.
And at some point, did you become aware that Mr. Dulos' cellular phone had been seized?
Yes, I did.
Do you know who seized his phone?
That was seized by Connecticut State Police Detective Chris Allegro.
And did you become aware also of certain location data on his cellular phone?
Yes, yes, we did.
And specifically location data that placed his phone in the Hartford area on the evening of May 24th, 2019?
Yes, that's correct.
And did you speak to fellow troopers and detectives about something known as C4 surveillance footage, which had been seized and viewed out of the Hartford area?
Yes.
Did you personally review any surveillance footage?
I reviewed some of it, yes.
When you say some of it, I take it from your answer, you did not have an opportunity to review all of it?
That's correct, yes.
Did you also become aware during the investigation that certain clothing had been found in the trash on Albany Avenue in Hartford?
Yes, I did.
Based on that information, did you prepare search warrants for Mr. Dulos and the defendant's DNA, fingerprints, and full-body photographs?
Yes.
What date was that, if you recall?
I don't remember the date that the warrant was signed.
Okay.
I know when they were executed.
And to your knowledge, were those search warrants served on the defendant and Mr. Dulos?
Your Honor, I'm going to object only that we just had a sidebar about getting into certain things, and now the state is opening the door to those questions about those issues, so I'm a little concerned.
That is a complete misstatement of our sidebar, Your Honor, and I'd like to be heard at sidebar on this.
Well, the question was the warrant served on Mr. Dulos?
I think, and my client.
Well, you can approach. You may pose another question, Attorney McGinnis.
Detective Kimball, were DNA samples taken from Mr. Dulos and the defendant?
Yes,
Were fingerprints taken from Mr. Dulos and the defendant?
yes,
And were full body photographs taken of Mr. Dulos and the defendant?
yes,
You mentioned that there was clothing which was found in Hartford. Was that clothing sent to the Connecticut State Forensic Laboratory for DNA testing?
yes, it was.
And did you receive the results?
Yes, I did. Yes, we did.
What date did you receive the results?
June 1, 2019.
And based on those results, did you prepare an arrest warrant for Mr. Dulos and the defendant?
Yes.
Approximately what time and what date were those arrest warrants signed?
I know they were signed on June 1st, 2019. It would be in the evening. I don't know what time specifically.
What day of the week was June 1st, 2019?
I don't know.
Do you recall it being a weekend?
I believe so, yes.
And Judge, I would just ask the court to take judicial notice of the fact that June 1st was a Saturday.
Court will take judicial notice.
Prior to submitting the arrest warrant for the defendant, had you ever met her in person?
No.
Where were you on June 1st, 2019?
I would have been probably at the command post.
At some point, did the defendant arrive?
Yes.
And was she under arrest when she arrived?
Yes, she was.
And when the defendant arrived at the police department, did you and Detective Corey Clabby greet her?
Yes.
And were arrangements made for the defendant's attorney, Andrew Bowman, to come to the police department the next day?
Yes.
Well, Your Honor, I'm going to object because clarification. She didn't arrive on June 1st. She arrived
Well,
on
this
June
is
2nd.
this is testimony. That's not an objection, counsel. That's testimony,
It's a mischaracterization of the evidence. Let me just object then.
counsel.
Let me clarify. She arrived in the early morning hours of June 2nd, is that correct?
That is correct.
It was after midnight, is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. And so you indicated that arrangements were made for Attorney Andrew Bowman to come to the New Canaan Police Department the next day, is that right?
Yes.
And at that point, did you leave the police department and go home?
Yes.
Okay. And what was your purpose in going home?
Try to get a little bit of rest.
I want to direct your attention now to approximately 2:32 p.m. on June 2nd, 2019. Did the defendant agree to provide an interview?
Yes.
Was the defendant's attorney present for the interview?
Yes.
And was this the first time you had met Andrew Bowman? That day?
Yes.
I want to direct your attention now to the defendant, and specifically at approximately 2:32 in the afternoon on June 2nd. Could you describe her emotional condition for the jury?
She appeared, she did not exhibit that she was overly tired. She appeared in good shape. She did not appear under the influence of anything.
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear the last part of that answer.
She did not appear to be under the influence of anything.
When you were, well, firstly, did you personally speak with the defendant?
Yes,
And did you communicate with the defendant in English or Spanish?
in English.
Do you speak Spanish?
I do not.
Did the defendant ever request the assistance of an interpreter while you were speaking with her?
She did not.
Did Mr. Bowman ever request that an interpreter be present for the interview?
No.
Did you have any concerns about the defendant's ability to understand the English language as you spoke with her?
No.
You indicated that the defendant agreed to participate in an interview. Where did this interview take place?
At the New Canaan Police Department.
Which room at the New Canaan Police Department?
It was in an interview room.
Do you recall what floor of the police department?
Believe it would be the first floor, ground floor.
And when you say an interview room, can you describe that for the jury?
So it was a room, dimensions were approximately, and these are approximate, 12 feet by 18 feet, contained a table, a chair for myself, for Detective Clavy, for the defendant, and for Attorney Bowman. So 4 chairs, and it was monitored by audio and video.
And when you say monitored by audio and video, you mean it was recorded, correct?
Correct.
It wasn't just sort of streamed to another room, closed circuit. It was actually memorialized, is that right?
That's correct.
Where was the defendant positioned during the interview?
She was seated in a chair next to the table in the, if you come in the door to the far left.
Where was the defendant's attorney, Mr. Bowman, positioned during the interview?
To her left, right next door.
Where were you positioned during the interview?
I was positioned opposite her on the table adjacent to the door.
Were any other state police personnel present for the interview?
Detective Clavy, Corey Clavy.
And where was he positioned during the interview?
He was positioned to my right, in essentially in front of Attorney Bowman.
I want to talk to you now about your mindset going into this interview. Did you have any concerns for the defendant's safety on June 2nd, 2019?
I'm going to object. His subjective concerns are irrelevant.
I disagree.
Well, the objection is not relevant, counsel.
Well, Your Honor, again, it informs the course of the interview. It informs some of the things that were said, and it informs the defendant's responses to those things.
There's
Well-
none, to my knowledge, that's none of that. Could I have a moment with counsel on this?
So, Your Honor, I just had a discussion with Attorney Schoenhorn, and we haven't really reached an agreement, so I think the court's going to have to rule.
Right. The court understands that the question is asked to explain Detective Kimball's approach to the interview.
That's right.
What the court is going to do is just indicate that at this point, there's not a sufficient foundation for that question, but it is relevant. But there probably needs to be laid another, or an additional foundation for that question.
Detective Kimball, had you become aware the night before that state police personnel had interacted with Mr. Dulos and the defendant?
Yes,
And at some point, was a concern raised to you by state law enforcement personnel regarding the safety of the defendant?
yes.
Who brought that to your attention?
I don't remember specifically.
What was the nature of the concern, if you recall?
Well, I think we have to find out who it was first. If he doesn't know, then
Well-
it just can't be some vague.
Well, the fact that the detective became aware does not mean that he can't remember now that he became aware. It came from some source, but the relevant response is that he became aware somehow. So the fact that he does not remember who gave him the information is immaterial. Overruled.
You can answer the question.
I learned that the interaction between Fotis Dulos and Michelle Troconis on the evening of May 31st was concerning because Fotis Dulos was overly concerned with Michelle Troconis's statements and conduct, and was exhibiting behavior that was concerning. One thing was he was staring at her, and we don't know if it was an intimidation factor or if he was trying to message her in some way, but his physical behavior was concerning towards the defendant, Michelle Troconis.
And so based on that, did you have concerns for her safety when you interviewed her on June 2nd?
Yes.
In terms of your approach, were you also viewing the defendant as a potential witness?
Yes.
Why were you viewing her as a potential witness?
Once again, I'm going to object. This is his subjective speculation as to now hearsay, foundation, and again, just lay opinion at this point.
Well, the court understands that the question is, why were you viewing her as a potential witness? As a reason to conduct the interview. So, overruled.
You may answer the question.
We were aware that she resided at Fort Jefferson with Mr. Dulos, and we had C4 video of the two of them together on Albany Avenue, where Mr. Dulos was depositing trash, which was eventually related back to Jennifer Dulos. So it was our belief that she had information on the case that was pertinent.
Prior to interviewing the defendant, did you read to her what are known as the Miranda rights?
Yes.
Are Miranda rights required to be given to an arrestee prior to questioning them?
Again, Your Honor, this is a legal question. The fact that it was given and is not required to get now into the legal explanation of why or whether it should be.
I'll withdraw it. Does the state police have forms in which Miranda rights are typed out in English and Spanish?
Yes.
And did you read the defendant her Miranda rights in English or Spanish?
In English.
Did the defendant acknowledge that she understood her Miranda rights?
Yes.
How did she so acknowledge?
I asked her if she understood, and she stated yes.
Did she also acknowledge her Miranda rights in writing?
Yes.
How did she do that?
By placing her initials along the notice of rights.
When you say notice of rights, there's an actual form that arrestees also fill out prior to speaking with the police, is that correct?
Yes, and to correct myself, it was a signature for notice of rights. She signed her name.
Now, was this interaction captured on video?
Yes, it was.
And have you had a chance to review that video in advance of your testimony today?
Yes,
Now, the Miranda form itself, that has been misplaced, is that right?
that is correct.
But the interaction with her signing the form is on tape?
That's correct.
May I have this marked, Your Honor?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
This is
Just 6-2. May I have this marked for identification?
Yes.
Actually, I think it could be marked as a full exhibit.
If I can just pull it up, I just make sure that it's, my copy is the same. If I could just have 30 seconds, please.
Yes.
I'm fine. No objection.
What's the exhibit number, please?
Judge, this is 77.
State 77 admitted as a full exhibit.
Permission to publish 77, Your Honor?
Yes.
Yes. Playing State 77. Sorry, Your Honor, if we just have one moment for the sound. Just pull up the file. You see, John. Those are this. They're not. No. Oh. Okay. Are you sure? Yeah, I'm sure. Got it. Okay. Sorry, Your Honor. Attorney Schoenhorn just wanted to ensure that there was nothing additional on the disc. There is not, and so I think we can begin playing it with sound.
Yeah, for the record, the screen looked like there were other things, but they're not actually on it, so.
Did you have that here? No, before. That's good. So make sure you're taking care of yourself. I understand, you know, your side is difficult as well, so. Here's a place. Yes. That's yours. They just went ahead and, Michelle, thank you for making yourself.
They're gonna give you advice of rights, okay, which you formality. So, I will,
Detective Kimball, I'll just direct you to the screen behind you. And it may very well be apparent, but could you just identify who everyone is in the video for the jury?
Should I stand or
I'm sorry?
should I stand?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
this
myself, Detective Corey Clavy. Seated is the defendant, Michelle Troconis, and standing to her left with the white shirt on is Attorney Andrew Ball.
Thank you, sir.
So Michelle, so last night, but I'm just gonna do it again, right? My name is John Kimmel, and I work with the state police. I'm 45. So we're assisting the Canyon Police Department in this disappearance check. Okay? You're here with your attorney in your home? Yes. Attorney Dulos is going to be able to sit with you the whole time. If you have a question that concerns you, we can stop. We can step out, or you can step out. However, we can have a consultation with your attorney in private. You understand this interviews being audio recorded, there are cameras, and all that kind of stuff. Alright, so just because you are currently in custody and we do want to talk to you, we have to go through what's known as notice of waiver of rights. So I'm going to review that with you at 2:32. Don't speak in Spanish. You me to read English to you? Or you speak Spanish? I do not. No. She. Okay. All right. So I'll if you have any questions. The Constitution of the United States and the Constitution of the State of Connecticut require that I inform you of your rights as follows. You have the right to remain silent. If you talk to any police officer, anything you say can and will be used against you in court. We'll talk about that. You have the right to consult with an attorney before you are questioned, and you may have a lawyer with you during your questioning, and your lawyer is here. If you cannot afford a lawyer, one will be appointed to you or appointed for you if you wish before any questioning. If you wish to answer questions, you have the right to stop answering questions at any time. So this is voluntary. If you don't want to talk to us at any time, you can tell us you're done. You may stop answering questions at any time to speak with your attorney, and you may have your attorney with you during any further questionings. And you're not a child under 16. So, do you understand what I read to you? Yes. Okay, so that's the advisement of your rights. So if you could just do a sign that just acknowledges that you were provided your rights, and then we'll go through the rest of it. Alright, so the rest of it, Michelle, is now that you've been advised of your rights, we're going to ask you if you're willing to speak with us, and that's the waiver of the rights. So if you're willing to sign or initial says, I waive these rights as indicated by placing my initials after one or more of the following statements. I wish to answer questions being fully aware of my rights as listed above. Are you willing to do that? Okay. Could you just put your initial, just that initial? The next one would be, I do not want to consult with an attorney or have an attorney present with me at this time. You have your attorney present, so she's I understand my rights and I waive them freely and voluntarily with no threats or promises made to you. We're not threatening you or we're not promising you. We want to talk to you. And do you understand that? Yes. Okay. If you could just initial, just skip this out. And you're a child, you're not a child under 16. Do you have any questions on any of those, Michelle? Okay. It does tend to get warm in here, so if you need a break, let us know. Yeah, you may not do that. Just yeah, it ain't matter. It warms up real quick in here, so.
Alright, so if you want to just take it off. Okay, great. And you have water right there? Yes. Okay, good.
If you want any, all right, so again, back last Friday, the Canyon Police got a report of a missing person, Jennifer Dulos. She lives at 69 Wells Lane. They went over, officers went over, they couldn't raise anyone. They went into the house, they couldn't find anyone inside sick or injured. They observed evidence that was concerning them about a possible crime scene. The Canyon Police detectives responded, found evidence of a possible crime scene. We, as the state police, were called in to assist the Canyon Police. We've been working on this case. It's now Sunday, the 2nd of June. We've been working on it straight since the 25th. I'm gonna let you and your attorney know that we have located and documented a significant amount of evidence that there was a crime scene at 69 Wells Lane. And that it's our consensus that Jennifer is still missing, and we're very concerned about the fact that she may not be missing, she may be deceased. And that some portion of that assault, which resulted in her death, took place in that house or in that garage. So we want to talk to you. We understand that you're Fotis Dulos. Is it Fotis?
Right.
Yeah, that's your boyfriend?
Yes.
Okay. So you're Fotis' boyfriend, a girlfriend, he's your boyfriend, excuse me. We've been working on this. We've had a lot of people working on this case. We've come significantly far, and you are currently under arrest for tampering with evidence and hindering prosecution. That is something, those are crimes that we believe occurred after the initial crime. So we want to talk to you about what your knowledge is about the crime, what happened to Jennifer. We want to find Jennifer for her family. She has 5 children. All right. And right now, they need to know what happened to their mother.
Yes.
You have a daughter.
Yes.
All right, so your daughter is actually the same age as some of Jennifer's.
Yeah.
Right, and that family is being torn up right now. We want to bring we want them to know what happened to their mother. So we're hoping that you can help us find out what happened to Jennifer. All right. We also understand, having learned some things about Fotis, we understand that he has been described to us as a person who has a very strong personality and might have the tendency to control people and manipulate people. And it's certainly, we believe there's a possibility that he may be doing that to you, and may have been doing that to you. And that's one reason that you guys are physically separated now, and you are safe. And we are concerned for your safety. If you get out of here and he's out of here, we're worried about what might happen to you. We have no specific information, but we don't want anything bad to happen to you. And I know you don't want anything bad to happen. You have a mother.
I'm with you guys.
Okay. You have a mother, you have a daughter. We want you to be there for them.
Yes, there's already 5 children with no mother.
Right.
Let's not make it 6.
So we really need to know what you know and what you can do, tell us to help us find what happened to Jennifer and where Jennifer is now. And that's basically what we're looking for. We do need truth. We do need details. We understand there may be some things that that you could conceivably tell us that you may think would get you in trouble. As far as I'm concerned, we can deal with a lot of that stuff, whether or not your attorney would agree with it. He's here in case you say something that he doesn't want you to, but when there's a truthful statement, we can deal with it. If there's a statement where you distance yourself or you don't tell the complete truth, that becomes an issue. So we have a lot of information. We have done a lot of mapping. We have a lot throughout Hartford where you guys are moving around. We have there's actually a lot of surveillance cameras. There's a lot of documentation that we have. So we know some of the stuff, but we're looking to you to help us fill things in. All right, are you willing to help us?
Yes.
Okay.
And just, keep in mind, we've looked into you as well. We know you're a good mom. We know you're a good woman. And you can look so wonderful from what you can offer us at the end of this. Because I know it's been tough for you in the media. Now's your time to shine. Now's your time to be that mom, to be that person. All right? I know it's been a rough week, but if they don't really understand or know about you, what we do. So
We've seen you at some of your worst moments. We see the humanity in you, and we want people to know that it's there. There are probably people
I saw
out
it
there
the
now
other
that
night.
are,
I saw it the other night in you. You were having a hard time. Remember when we were doing the prints? I could see it, so we could feel it.
and we understand that you could be, I don't know what happened to you. I don't know how Fotis treated you. I don't know what he promised you. I haven't told you. I know there's been, in the last week, there's been a significant change in your lifestyle, and there may be a downward trajectory for you. So you look shell-shocked, quite frankly, from me yesterday, because we were saying you're safe. You look like
Why? I'm in shock.
you're in shock.
I must react.
Right.
I'm not
And that's understandable. We understand that.
we're here, if you have questions for us, we're happy to answer anything we can. But we're looking to you for guidance, because we know the department, we believes that you have information that can help us find Jennifer for her family. So what can you tell us?
Why don't you start with Friday?
With my day.
Yes.
Um,
This is the 24th.
Okay, thank you.
yeah. Well, usually I have the alarm set for 6:40 every day, but not Thursdays, because Nicole goes to school on Thursdays. She gets in at 9 instead of 8. So from Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, and on Fridays, my alarm is always mine, and Nicole's alarm is always set at 6:40.
Okay, you live at 4 Jefferson Crossing?
Yes.
Okay, with Fotis and with
And
Nicole?
Nicole.
Okay,
Yes.
and Nicole is 12?
Yes.
Okay, all right.
So my normal day, the alarm sounds. Usually I'm in my room, she's in her room. She wakes up, she's very independent. She wakes up, I hear the shower turning on. That day I slept with her because then from Thursday to Friday it was raining. There was thunderstorms.
Okay, sure.
So she called me at 12:59 when she's scared. I mean, I have the phone next to my bed.
Right.
She called me. I answered. She said, "I'm scared." And obviously, I mean, when she says that, I hang up and I go. I leave my phone and I go to her room.
Okay.
So I did that. So obviously, I woke up and I was with her in her bed. The alarm sounds. I wake up and I go to our bedroom. I turn off my alarm that is snoozing when I wake up. Fotis wakes up too. When I go to the bathroom, I brush my teeth, I get into the shower. I don't wet my head usually because usually I take a fast shower to take Nicole. Fotis jumps into the shower with me.
Just gonna pause it at 14:46:53. Detective, the defendant just indicated to you that Fotis Dulos woke up in her presence and hopped in the shower with her, is that correct?
I'm going to object to his characterization of what was said. I don't believe that's what I heard, and it's a leading question on top of it.
Well, the video and the audio is able to be seen and heard by the jury. And the question, even though it may not have been a quote, was not misleading, even unless it's the word hopped that offends counsel.
No, it's, I heard that she said she went up to her daughter's room because of the thunder, the rain. I did not hear her say, it's up to the jury, but I didn't hear her say that she woke up with Fotis Dulos.
Well, the audio is clear. The jury heard the audio. What's going to overrule the objection?
Nor was that my question, incidentally, but that's what she indicated to you, correct? That Fotis Dulos woke up in her presence and got in the shower with her, correct?
Yes,
Now, how many times did you interview the defendant?
total of 3 times.
On what dates did you interview the defendant?
This is the first interview, June 2nd, 2019. The second interview occurred June 6th, 2019, and the third interview occurred August 13th, 2019.
Throughout the course of those interviews, did the defendant always maintain that Fotis Dulos had woken up in her presence and gotten in the shower with her?
No.
When was the first time she indicated that that did not happen?
Again, Your Honor, I'm going to object that the video speaks for itself and allow him to editorialize and give opinions about what was said and when is improper. And I object to all of this because the video will speak for itself and he's being asked to give his opinion on what was said and when.
So the question is, was this story maintained throughout all of the interviews? The response was no. Overruled. Well, this is probably time for a natural break. It's
Yes, Judge.
11:13. Ladies and gentlemen, we will take our morning recess now and resume at 11:30. Please do not discuss the case.
Could we just stand the record for a minute, Your Honor? I want to alert the court, if this is the procedure, the court is going to allow that when it's time for cross-examination, and I want the state to be aware because of their witnesses, we're going to be playing the entire videos through the cross-examination and stopping so that we can get clarification on what was actually said. And again, I'm not saying this to throw off the state's case. I'm just saying that in light of the court's ruling, if this is the fact that he's allowed, this witness is allowed to characterize what's being said on the video, and for things that haven't even been said yet, and allowing him to say, for example, oh, she changed her story, which I submit is a false statement by the state in terms of the question, then we're going to have to play the entire thing and stop to show that that's not the case. That wasn't my intention, but I want that to do, but I'm going to have to do that as to be able to correct this, because I believe it is an improper means of questioning a witness when there is a video. I thought he was going to be playing it through, not saying, well, didn't she just say X, when I didn't hear her say that.
Well, I'm a little surprised he's saying he thought I was going to be playing it through when the court specifically asked me whether or not I'd be asking questions during the course of the interview, and I answered affirmatively. So I'm a little stunned to hear that. The other piece of this, Judge, is the video speaks for itself. It's not a real objection, and he keeps making it. And so I'm glad that we're having this conversation, because nowhere in the Code of Evidence does it say the video speaks for itself as an appropriate objection. It's just not in there. I am asking Detective Kimball about his recollection as to the defendant's version of events. And so if I were to say we're standing in a courtroom right now, is that my opinion, or are we standing in a courtroom right now? So he's certainly able to testify that her version of events changed. And by the way, Judge, they're the ones that insisted that we do both interviews at once, okay? You'll recall that. We have to do both interviews at once. My cross is prejudice, the confrontation clause, all these sorts of arguments that were made this morning. And now they're trying to essentially prevent the state from discussing both interviews. I can conduct this direct examination in this manner. It's appropriate. The video speaks for itself. It's not a real objection. I'm asking Detective Kimball to testify as to his recollection, and that's how we intend on proceeding.
If I may respond. The actual rule is called the best evidence rule. A witness is not allowed to characterize a statement. This is a statement. The common terminologies, it speaks for itself. That's not in the actual Code of Evidence, but the best evidence rule is. So when I hear Mr. McGinnis say we can do it however we want, that's also not in the rules of the evidence. The court has a certain amount of discretion. I'm not saying he can't ask any questions, but he's not permitted under our rules to be able to characterize what is being said or whether it's different than what is being said at a later time. That's my concern. And that's why the rules do not permit that, specifically the best evidence rule, which is a form of a...
Before we proceed,
I'd like to be heard on that.
the prejudice is in mischaracterization, not characterization. If counsel decides to characterize what was said, there's an objection that can be made that was a mischaracterization. But the fact that it's not a direct quote doesn't amount to a mis No. The court sees no prejudice in jumping ahead because the issue is not whether the only questions that can be asked can only be asked up until 1446:53. Anything that comes in between the beginning and 1446:53, you can ask questions about that, but not about anything that comes after 1446:53. So,
If I may briefly respond, I will also note that Mr. McGinnis referred to this as a, quote, story, unquote. That is a particularly offensive comment. It is improper, and it's mischaracterizing the evidence. For him to even use that term is an attempt to disparage what my client was saying on the stand by referring to it as a, quote, story, unquote.
we can use the word account.
And I just also want the court to be aware that there may have been certain things that my client said differently later, but it was after, as it will later come out, that this witness, and has admitted that at a previous hearing, was lying to her about what information he had, and therefore she answered perhaps differently. But changing the story is a false dichotomy. It is improper, and I ask the court to instruct the state that it cannot use that kind of terminology.
May I be heard, Your Honor? I'd like to respond to some of this, beginning with the best evidence objection that he just made. He's completely wrong about that. Number one, we've introduced the video itself, so the best evidence rule has been satisfied. Number two, I'm asking Detective Kimball as to his recollection. I'm not offering it to prove the contents of a video. So his best evidence objection, the video speaks for itself, falls flat on its face. That's point number one. Point number two, judges, I don't even recall using the word story. Now, if I did, I can certainly use the word account going forward, but I don't even recall using that word. I suppose the record speaks for itself in that regard, but I'll use the word account going forward, but I think actually the court was using that as an example. I don't think I actually used the word story, so I did just want to note that. I'm not 100% sure on that, but I don't think that I did. But in any event, I will obviously take the overrule. Thank you.
Thank you. The court's recollection is that it used the word story as an example. Well, we're going to take a recess, and it's going to be until 11:35. Stand in a recess.
All rise. This honorable spirit court now stand in recess until 11:35. This honorable spirit court now open and back to session.
Good morning. Please be seated. Thank you.
Judge, I just want to clarify something. I believe that Mr. McGinnis is correct that I think Your Honor used the word story, not Mr. McGinnis, so I want to correct the record about that. But at the same time, I also want to note, I have this, I want to emphasize, this is not the court reporter's, or this is the state's own version of the transcription of this passage, and I want the court to be aware as to why it is a mischaracterization of what was said. This is the state's version, saying, that day, they're talking about that night, I slept with her, meaning her daughter, because on Thursday to Friday it was raining and there was thunderstorms. And Officer Kimball says, okay. So she called me at 12:59 that she was scared. I mean, I have the phone next to my bed. Then she says, she called me, I answered, she said, I'm scared, and obviously, I mean, when she says that, I hang up and I go. I leave my phone and I go up to her room. So I did that, so obviously I woke up and I was with her in her bed, quote unquote. So when Mr. McGinnis states, she said she woke up with Fotis Dulos. That's a mischaracterization. It's why I'm objecting to these kind of questions. It's falsely suggesting something that's clearly, and I'm reading from their version, ours says the same thing, but I didn't want there to be any dispute about what was said. That's why I'm concerned by allowing the witness to characterize what's actually being said and why that's a problem, not only a due process problem, but allowing him to say things that are not actually in the document. And that's why it looks like I'm going to have to play this and stop it every time this happens.
So Judge, the only mischaracterization is Attorney Schoenhorn describing my question.
Yeah.
What I said, my question was, did Fotis Dulos wake up in your presence? What she told the detectives was that she went in the room, Fotis wakes up. That's what she said. And that was my question. I didn't say whether she woke up with Fotis Dulos. So the only mischaracterization is his characterization of my question. So I'd like to get on with this.
Well,
That's not in here either. What he just said is not in here.
well, the jury is going to, in deliberation, the jury, well, first of all, jurors may be taking notes. They can ask for playback of anything, including the video. So to essentially make sure the jury hears exactly what counsel wants them to hear is not an efficient use of the court's time. The jury can hear, we do not know if any juror can take shorthand. So whatever the jurors hear is what they hear. Just because there may be a mischaracterization, that can be objected to. That is, the mischaracterization can be objected. But making sure that the state quotes exactly what is heard on the video is not a good use of time. The objections can be made concerning mischaracterization.
And Judge, I just want to be heard briefly also. So page 16 of the transcript of 201, Ms. Troconis, the alarm sound, I wake up and I go to our bedroom. Male, Ms. Troconis, I turn off my alarm and it's snoozing. And there's sort of clanking and audible 1356. Detective Kimball says, right. Ms. Troconis, A, Fotis wakes up too. Okay? So the idea that
Did
this
not
isn't...
say in his presence. That's the concern I have.
Well, the court is going to call the jury in. If there's an objection as to mischaracterization, the court will hear the objection. The court did not hear the mischaracterization. So if that was the objection, that's overruled. And bring the jury in. Would counsel stipulate, please?
Yes, Judge.
Yes.
Thank you.
Good morning again.
Good morning. Again.
Detective Kimball, where we left off, I was asking you about this statement. You indicated that you had interviewed the defendant 3 separate occasions, is that correct?
That's correct.
Did the defendant always maintain her account during those 3 separate interviews that she showered with Fotis Dulos on the morning of May 24th, 2019?
She did not.
Judge, we're going to pick it back up at 1446:53.
Five-minute shower, I don't know. Maybe less. I get out, I shower, before I go usually to the bathroom, I go to pee, I have my period, and I have it, which is weird, I've had it like for more than 9 days.
Right.
I guess the stress. So that is actually, that's the first thing I do, then I shower. I usually put like light clothes, and exercise clothes, leggings, or sweatpants, or a black sweater because it's been cold. I go down, when we go, I ask her what she wants to eat. She says usually it's an omelette with cheese or waffle. The day before, I peeled some oranges and carrots because she was gonna take for the school for a project, juices for 10 girls. So I go down, she helps me squeeze the oranges in the machine. I put it in a big thermal that we have, the whole juice. I don't know if her or me, we have a white cooler. I take the ice from the freezers down, I pour it in the cooler, and I put the thermal. Obviously, I didn't close it well, so at the end it spills, but not now. I do the omelette, she eats, and then we go to school. I grab normally the keys in the drawer where all the keys are.
What car are you driving to school?
The Cherokee. I wanted the Cherokee. Yes.
What time do you leave for school?
Usually around in between 7:28 to 7:40 at the most, but that day we were like maybe probably 7:30, 7:35. But again, the neighbors have a camera in their house.
Right.
You can check exactly.
So that's fine.
Okay. I drive, I do my same circuit to go to the school, and
School's it?
Ethel Walker.
Okay, thank you.
She goes down. I give her a kiss. She closes the door, and then I'm like, the cooler. So I put the window down, I say, Nicole, the cooler. She's like, oh, I almost forgot. She opens the back. And she takes the cooler, the cooler, and she goes to the middle, to her class or wherever school. I go back to the house, and usually I arrive around 8:15, 8:20. I'm normally in the house. I arrive, I put my purse in the kitchen, like I always do, in the table or in the chair. I go up to the office. I was gonna do a coffee, I didn't. I don't remember if I did a coffee, I don't think so. Usually I do coffees every morning after dropping Nicole with, sometimes with vodka, sometimes without vodka. I go up, Kent, the lawyer is there.
Okay.
They're talking in the further, have you been in the house, no?
Just explain,
They're in the table down the office.
They, Kent and who?
And Fortis.
Kent and Fotis?
Just going to pause the video at 14:51:03. You indicated that you interviewed the defendant 3 separate times. Did the defendant always maintain her account that Fotis Dulos was in the office?
She did not.
Thank you, sir. We'll pick it back up.
From my computer, and for Pavloni's budget document of the house that they're supposed to be a deal. I had to do some changes. I think Andy did that. Andy's another guy that works for this. I think the day before he was there, I don't know.
Dulos?
Yes, but I don't know. I think he made some changes. And then I go down, I grab my phone, and there's a message from Aaron, which is Hutch's wife, saying I left my purse because they were that night they had dinner on Thursday night. Aaron, Hutch, Stefan, and Beth, the girlfriend, and Fotis, Nicole, and I. In the house outside, we cooked and we did like a barbecue and a salad, and put French fries and meat.
Okay.
I don't remember if I did a salad, a Greek salad, I don't know. So I text and I said I can take the purse because I'm going to the supermarket, so it's on the way. Then I think she said Hatch is going, or he can go. And I said, where should I drop it? And I can go to like your house or to the warehouse. I don't know, that's all in my phone, my text, you guys can see.
Okay.
So I took a picture, I sent it. It was in the high chairs in the corner where the breakfast table is. I grabbed the purse, I grab mine, I get in the car, and I go to the warehouse, which is.
The Jeep again? Go to the Jeep again?
Yes.
Okay. And what time is this?
This probably was like around, if I chatted with her like around 9, it must have probably taken me like 10 minutes to get there out of 44, and then I turn where there's a concession car in the corner where the Capo restaurant. You turn and I go to the Avon self-storage that is owned by Hutch. I go in, I see the secretary, I said, oh, I'm coming to leave Aaron's purse. Obviously I jumped Hutch has a desk on the further right, so he stand up, you say hi. I give him the purse and he said, thank you, we had a nice time, it was great, come. And that's about it. I get in the car and I go to the supermarket.
Which supermarket is that?
Stop and Shop.
Okay.
And that's the one that is where they have like a Bed Bath and Beyond. There's like a movies, there's a Home Goods.
It's an Avon?
I think that's in
Simsbury?
I don't know, but I don't know. I mean, the times they changed.
Pretty clear.
But we know, you
Yes.
guys are, I have the receipts. I mean, they're probably in my purse.
Okay.
I go in the supermarket, I grab the card, and I basically went to buy a parsley, so I got 2 parsleys, because I was gonna make something that Nicole likes, that's canelones with spinach. I had it like a previous week or maybe 3 days before she wanted that, so I have all the ingredients. I just mixed the parsley for the tomato paste. I found a robot that is walking and I found it funny for Nicole, so I took a picture with the robot, I filmed the robot, and like in the video it says, look Nicole, the robot, you ask what you want or it takes, they're like a joke. You see our text, we're always joking, and always if we see a bill and a Volkswagen car, I take a picture and I say punch buggy. We hit each other, not hate, but
No,
we
I
go
know.
like
Yeah,
this,
no, yes.
and we go punch buggy in return. And we make fun, and you're gonna find stupidities of my pictures.
It's a fun relationship with your daughter, what do you
Yeah.
say?
At the same time, I send the video to my family, and in the chat that we have with the family, they laugh, and my sister then makes a comment, I go back, does it, because when I took the picture, there's a label, and she obviously zoomed the label, and it says that, because in the video I said, look, Nicole, she takes you wherever you want to pick up the food, but it was like a joke. I don't really don't know what that robot does. If you see the chats, they start making fun. Oh wow, what incredible how I look for the stupid robot. I send it also to Beto. I mean, it's like a joke. I'm all the time making stupid jokes. That's my personality. When I pay, I go to the house. I put everything away.
What time do you think you got back to the house?
Probably between maybe 10:30 at the most, because in the way I spoke with Pedro, my friend, and real name is Clara. She was leaving me after that night at 7, around 7 or less, from Boston to England. I talk with her every day. Usually we stop in dorms and we have a coffee or a breakfast, or I go to her shop. And because I gave her some drugs, she sold some drugs, so she needs to give me some money. And she says, well, why don't we meet at 11 in the shop? It's called the Lighthouse Concepts and Design Store. It's in Simsbury, where all the old brick construction, and I think there's a pub called Red.
And you're meeting who there?
Pedro, my friend, her real name is Clara. So she said that I'm just gonna stop by for a little bit, because then she was heading to the airport. At that time. I get there.
Can I go back to when you were at the house dropping off the groceries?
Yeah.
Was anybody at the house besides you that you saw? Was Fotis home?
I didn't see, but the car was there. So,
Which car?
the Suburban.
The Suburban was at the house?
Yes.
Okay. Was the Raptor at the house? The pickup truck?
No.
No?
No.
Okay. And who normally drives the pickup truck?
Between me and Pavel, or sometimes Fotis, but the way they have it, or that Fotis has a plan, is that to not put so many mileage in the cars. Pavel usually takes the Jeep, and I'm in between the Raptor and the Suburban.
So let me just, so you have normally the cars are the Raptor,
A
Suburban,
and a Cherokee.
and you're normally,
I
Drive.
drive the 3. No, I don't have like a fake,
okay,
one that's mine. It's like we all use the 3.
okay.
Bueno, Pavel doesn't use the Suburban. He's always in between the Raptor and the Cherokee. The Suburban, for sure, when Fotis has the kids, he uses it because it's the only car.
Was Pavel in the house early in the morning when you saw Ken and Fotis?
No,
No, was, when you left to take Nicole to school, was the Raptor at the house or was it gone?
well, there's only 2 garages on one side and 2 on the other. So if the Raptor was there, it was on the other side.
So you don't know if it was there?
No, because I don't go into the 2 garages, I just go into 1.
Okay, but the Suburban was there.
Yes,
Okay, so when you took Nicole to school, the Suburban was there
yes,
at the house.
yes.
Okay.
So the way it works for not to do mileage in the cars, usually Pavel takes the Cherokee, but when they have to carry, I don't know, construction things, or sometimes they order like the mirrors, the lamps, and they arrive in Fort Jefferson, Pavel takes the pickup to drop the things. And I grab whatever, like really, there's no like. So, where was I?
You were in concept, you were at 11 o'clock
okay.
going to meet there.
When, yes, around 11:10. I meet there, she said, oh, I'm late, I thought I can give you cash, I can go to the ATM. I said, no, I'd rather have a check because it's from the company. So I said, well, okay, don't worry. She said, can you send me the invoice? And I said, well, so I opened my computer, I typed the rocks that I have to do like an invoice. I sent the email, but the Wi-Fi doesn't work, so it stays like in that it wasn't sent. So when I say, have a nice trip, we'll talk later, blah, 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 I get into the car and I drive to the house. And usually I open my computer. I spend a lot of around like 12 for sure I was in the house.
Okay. Was anyone else at the house? At noon?
Yeah, I mean, I had lunch with 40s, but
When you got home? From the meeting?
well, later, not immediately. Usually I go up to the cold room, that's the place where I spend the most time of my day, when I'm in the house.
So just to be clear, Michelle, when you got back to the house, as late as noon?
It's what?
So was it as late as noon? Noon or earlier, or noon,
Yeah,
around
like
noon?
about noon.
Was folks there when you came back home or no?
Well, he probably can be because he has the office on top. I mean, I didn't look for
Did
him.
you notice if the Raptor was around? You guys park in the garage or you park out the driveway?
No, I always park inside.
Okay.
For these
The
parts.
left or the right?
Well, depending on the car, usually the Raptor goes on the left because it's uncomfortable to get in the house, and the Suburban goes. But when the Raptor is not there, then the Suburban goes on the left, and the Cherokee. I mean, it's just for a thing of the door that it's easy.
So, where did you have lunch with Fotis, and how did you come to be with Fotis?
I'm up in the room, I hear him down, let's have lunch. And I said, okay, and we ate past it. I'm up in
You're
the,
upstairs and he's downstairs?
yes.
Where's the office located?
The office is at the old way at the end of the house.
In the downstairs? Or the upstairs?
The office?
The office.
No, I'm upstairs. And you can go through there's some stairs in the mud room,
Okay,
or you can come from outside the house.
okay. So you're up in Nicole's room and you hear Fotis call out
You
you
know what I didn't tell you? At some point in the morning, I pick up the garbage outside. The two red garbage cans, because it was Friday. That I forgot.
You
But
take
that,
the day to the driveway and you brought it down.
yeah, but that was like
Okay.
at 9. That I didn't say, because that I remember now. I brought that two garbage in. So we ate pastel de papa, and it was like a food, very typical Argentinian. It's like the, you call it shepherd pie, something like
Jennifer's spot? Okay.
something similar. Leftovers from probably the day before or the day of 2 days, but not later than that. And then usually we eat, I wash the dishes, I put it, Fotis goes back to wherever he does. And
Back in his office?
yeah, I mean, he walks around a lot around the house, and if not, he's in the office all day, or he goes in and out for, I don't know. He says that he goes to the bank,
Okay.
or to the sites, I don't know. So when I finish eating, probably went back again. I'm always in the computer.
Where's the computer you use? Up in Nicole's room or
It's a laptop I carry with me up and down wherever I am.
you're on the second?
Yes,
Are there 2 floors?
yes. Well, and there's a third and there's a basement.
Right, so there's a third, the dormers, looking out the roof.
Yes,
Okay.
yes. That's where it has theater and Constantine room, and like a guest room with a bathroom. Then we have like a little storage closet where we keep a lot of our sports, like our bags for snow skiing, wetsuits, life jackets, my riding boots. And then there's like 2 other storage, and then there's an elevator. And you should go to that room at all. So,
Where does Fotis go after lunch? You said he walks around or
no, he goes,
Just go back
usually
to-
he goes back to, sometimes he even eats in the office, like he grabs the.
But you guys eat lunch together?
Yes. And there was around maybe 1 that we ate lunch.
Okay. So I just wanna, I'm still not understanding, when you came home, do you know whether Fotis was home? When you came home at noon?
No, because
You don't know?
Well, I assume he's in the office like always, but I don't have like a guarantee. It's not like I saw him or.
And you don't know whether the Raptor was there when you came home at noon?
If it was in the other garage, not.
So
But
when you came home at noon, you didn't see the Raptor?
No.
Okay.
I think because Pavel drove the Raptor, and so Pavel was in that car, supposedly.
Do you know from when?
No, because he sometimes takes it overnight, he sometimes comes in the morning, picks it up. He always comes there. I usually never see him. Unless if I keep a key inside my purse, like he says I need that, but that's like rare.
So Michelle, when you came home, you went up to Nicole's room?
Yes,
And-
usually, I mean, the places that I hang out in the house is Nicole's room, because I have a charger there, and I don't know, I like that room. In the kitchen, in the chair, in the last chair of the counter table, because I put the plugs for the charger for the computer, or the phone in some cases.
But on that particular Friday, you were up in Nicole's room? Is that correct?
Yes,
And then you hear Fotis call up, say, let's have lunch?
yes.
And then you have lunch somewhere
I
around
go
1?
down, yeah.
Okay, so my question again is, when you heard Fotis call out, let's have lunch, where was he calling from? Was he,
It was like from, I mean,
was
from my
he
head.
inside the house?
No, yes, inside
Okay,
the
was he
house.
upstairs or downstairs?
No, downstairs. Downstairs. I stand up and he was standing there. So usually I go.
So where was he standing, on the stairs?
Yes.
Okay.
Upstairs.
And he says, hey, let's have lunch.
Yes.
All right. So, do you know how he came to be at the bottom of the stairs? I'm trying to find out if he was home or he was just coming home at 1 o'clock and saying, hey, let's have lunch together.
I mean,
Okay.
because there's stairs, there's the door, the
Big
garage
house.
door. I mean, yes.
Okay. All right.
Like I don't follow every movement.
Okay. So 1 o'clock, you had lunch and then,
Well, around 1 or 2.
Around
I don't
1 or
know.
okay, so 1 or 2. So he was,
I heated the food on the basket before I.
so were you saying, Michelle, that as late as 2 o'clock, Fotis was saying, hey, let's have lunch, or,
Between that time.
okay.
But I mean, again, I cannot say.
No, we're trying to, if you don't know, that's fine, I'm just trying to narrow
Say
it.
something and then like, oh, you said one, it was a two.
No, we're not, do the best you can, that's all. Okay,
And like really, I usually have my phone a lot and I'm either chatting, so through chat, Nicole calls me a lot from school. We do a lot of FaceTime. I believe we did. She texted me saying, Mommy, we couldn't have the juice because it spilled. So that text is there. I
Okay.
think I sent it to you.
So as I was like, just try to recall as best you can, because you don't have your phone with you.
right.
So just go ahead, you're doing fine.
Then, when I pretty much usually when we eat, I put everything in the dishwasher. I mean, I rinse, I put in dishwasher, or if it's too big, sometimes I just put it, I lie a paper towel and I put things, you can have some water.
Can we have that so that if you want?
Then, at some point, Fotis calls me.
You were on the phone or calls?
Yes, no, we use a lot of phone. So, because our house is big. He calls me and he says we have to go to 80 Mountain to clean the house because tomorrow Rania is coming with some clients. We have a meeting, I think the meeting was at 9 or 10 that we met with them on Saturday morning. But because of the situation, we didn't go to show the house, so Fotis gave Rania, but this is Saturday, I'm kind of,
Okay.
pero bueno, anyway.
So 80 Mountain, it's 80 Mountain Spring in Avon, that's a property owned by the Ford Group.
That he rebuilt, it's an old house that was like 100 years and he rebuilt it.
Beautiful house, you've seen it.
Yes, it's a
This is a big property too, right?
yes.
5.2 acres or so.
Yeah, but it's separated with 2 lots
And right, it's 80, 84, 88.
and 80.
80,
Sorry,
84,
88,
88, it's
yes.
3 properties,
Yes, it was the same lot, but he subdivided it.
Okay.
At some point, I don't know that part.
right? Sure.
Pavlonis that we met on Thursday with the husband, they bought 88, and that's what we've been looking at the drawings lately. I have to bring all the cleaning material to clean the house because the house was a mess.
At 80.
Yeah, but I mean,
He called you, Fotis called you, so we have to go to 80 Mountain Spring to clean, is that what you're saying?
Yes.
Okay.
What kind of cleaning materials did you bring?
Well, I brought vacuum that doesn't work there because it doesn't have the central.
Okay.
I brought the thing to clean like this, Swift. It's a yellow thing with a stick. Paper towels. One of those Clorox spray.
Clorox,
I don't know if Clorox, so I buy usually Clorox, Swift, whatever I find in the house. Garbage bags. So I kind of start cleaning the kitchen, but it's like, okay, this is impossible.
What time did you go, and in what vehicle did you travel in, and who was with you?
I travel alone in the Cherokee.
And what time-
Another thing that I didn't tell you, somewhere around noon, I speak with another store called Hitchrock, I don't know. It's in Canton, in the shops of Canton, that they have a Ben & Jerry, a Barnes & Noble. It's in a corner, the store, it's a furniture store.
Okay.
I was there earlier in the week and I
Talked to
left.
us on the phone? You called it furniture?
Yes, because I left them some furniture and some rocks and I haven't heard from them. And when I spoke with the lady says, I haven't seen the rocks, I don't know where they are, where did you leave them? I said, I left them with the manager and my girlfriend, which I had at least a 15 minutes conversation when I left the rocks earlier in the week about Argentinian food, how to do chimichurri. So she's like, oh, I cannot see the rocks. I'm like, no, but I left them there and they told me that they weren't gonna put it in the storage and wait for Richard, the owner, to see the rocks. She said, oh, I'm the wife, I haven't seen the rocks, but let me find them and I'll give you a call. That I don't remember if that was Thursday or Friday.
Let's go.
Okay, no, because,
Yeah, that becomes important, okay,
yes.
for later. But let's just stay when you're at 80 Mountain, okay? So why don't you just finish telling her?
If we could go back to how you got there, what car you took,
I took the Cherokee.
and at what time?
That's probably around between 2:15 clean, let's say, or 2:30 and 3.
Okay.
I go back to the house.
Does anyone else travel there at the same time that you're with, or no?
Fotis took the Suburban,
Fotis was just suburban?
yes.
Did you drive with each other, or did you go separately?
No, we were separately.
Okay, did he leave around the same time as you?
Yeah,
Okay.
probably.
I'm confused, where is Photos taking the Suburban to? Is he also going to 80 Mountain? Or is he going somewhere else?
Yes,
So both of you go to 80 Mountain,
yes,
separate vehicles at about the same time?
yes, but he arrives there earlier, I mean, first than me.
You're arriving around 2:15? Between 2:15 and 2:30, and Photos is already there?
2:30 and, yes. And, I take all the things out, I put them in the kitchen. I think Fotis or I figure out that the vacuum doesn't work because it's central and I didn't know. So I go back to the house with a vacuum that was in the second floor, sorry. And I get the broom and the shovel for the broom, but the broom is like this, ridiculous. I cannot clean.
Can I ask a question? Is Pavel there?
No,
No?
no,
So he and the Raptor are not there?
no.
Okay.
What is Photos doing when he's at 80 Mountain? What is doing?
In the
You're cleaning inside the house?
not clean nothing because I'm not, I mean, it's like this huge house, I'm not gonna be able to clean it, like with a broom like this.
Right, so you're cleaning inside the house. What is Photos doing?
He went in and he was, okay, we'll clean, and I'm like, oh, but I have to pick up Nicole at 3:30. I forgot that and then I'm like, no, wait, I don't have to pick her up at 3:30 because she had a show at the night. But usually I'm so used to picking her up at 3:30 that I said, no, I have to go pick up the daughter.
Alright, let me just tell you an item, a fact that we know is that Photos' phone was on the property of 80 Mountain Spring Road between 1:37 and 3:38.
Okay, no,
Okay.
because he called me saying, I mean,
Both are
sometimes
saying what?
to clean 80 Mountain.
To bring, meaning he was already there?
No. He called me and he was. Yes.
So he was already, when he called you to
Yes.
bring the cleaning supplies
Yes.
at 80 Mountain?
Yes, but I don't know why at some point.
Okay, I just wanna go back and please don't, the way you explained it previously was that he called you from inside the house you were at, but now you're saying he was actually,
Well, that's that part I don't know.
Okay.
Like he called me saying bring cleaning stuff
so he wanted you to bring cleaning stuff and,
to clean the house.
so now your understanding was he was already at 80 Mountain when he called you?
Yes, he probably was, or he was in the house. That's what I don't know.
So that you can't confirm one way or the other where Fotis was, just that he called you to bring cleaning supplies?
Yes.
Okay.
Maybe I am misunderstanding you, Michelle, but I believe you said that Photos called you, and you drove in the Cherokee, and he drove in the Suburban, and you drove together to 80 Mountain. Is that what happened, or was he already
No,
there?
he was with the Suburban.
Oh,
And we
he
drove
was already
separately.
there.
Yes.
Okay. So when you drove the Cherokee to 80 Mountain, and he was already at 80 Mountain, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Do you know when he got there?
No.
Okay. We do, I'm just asking if you do. Okay.
I mean, I'm giving you hours.
I know, and I'm not trying to trick you, I'm trying to understand you, that's all.
Yeah, we're not trying to trip you up.
Again, I don't know exactly, I'm not like with the phone looking.
That's fine, but I thought you guys were traveling together, it turns out he calls you, get the supplies, come to 80 Mountain, we have to clean, you drive the Cherokee, and he's already there in the Suburban. So when
Yes.
you arrive at 80 Mountain, where is he, where is the Suburban, what's going on when you first arrive?
Usually we go in the back where the.
But on that date, well, not,
In the house,
right, so
in
just-
Jefferson.
Yeah, just listen, on that Friday, when you arrived up at 80 Mountain driving the Cherokee,
Yes,
what was going on when you first arrived? Did you see the Suburban?
yes.
Where was it?
In the back where the garage is, in the space.
Right, this is an overview map. 80 Mountain.
Where is it? No, but I can draw it to you.
Okay. Do you recognize this? This is the north-south, I'm not sure what street this is.
But it doesn't have these trees. No, this is not the drawing.
No?
Wait, I don't know. Let me see.
The road's kind of hard to see because of the tree cover,
Yeah, but
so it might be a little confusing.
no, this.
Just pausing the video at 15:22:01. Detective Kimball, you're showing the defendant something here, is that correct?
Yes, correct.
What are you showing her?
We're showing her a Google map overview image of 80 Mountain Spring Road.
Thank you, sir. We'll keep playing it.
All right, so,
What is this?
all right, don't
mark it.
but she can't, she can't.
This is an old, isn't this where the tennis court used to be of that house?
All right, this may be, I'm not sure how outdated this is.
Because these trees don't exist.
Okay,
This
that's
is
fine.
open. I
So
mean,
when you, that's all right, I don't wanna confuse you, that's why I'm trying to take this away.
well, I tell you, you drive inside the property and the road kind of goes that way, it's like a turn, the house is here. The garage looks like, let's say, to this place. It has a turn and that's an area that the cars turn around
So when you arrive at 80 Mountain, the Suburban is in
in
the
the,
back,
they
is it
have.
behind the house, beside the house, from the
Yes.
house?
Bueno, there's 4 garage in that house.
Okay, I'm
So
listening, I'm just trying.
it's like a square, let's say, and the Suburban is parked like parallel to the garage.
What's going on with the Suburban, is it just parked there?
Yeah,
All right, where's focus?
in the garage, the
The garage door is open?
the first left garage door is open. I bring the stuff to the kitchen.
What's he doing? Do you know?
Who folded?
Focus when you get there.
Nothing. He was like kind of like walking from the kitchen to
Okay.
the garage.
Do you remember what he was wearing?
Jeans. He always wears the same jeans. I think he only has 2 pairs of jeans.
Okay.
And he just recently bought a black pair of jeans, which is weird to see him in black jeans. But
So he was in the black jeans?
no, blue jeans. You asked me the same.
All right, so what about his shirt?
He had a light shirt. I believe it was light blue. At some point he has a sweater,
Okay.
but I don't know if he took it, I mean, that part I don't know if he took it off and hide it.
All right, I'm just trying to find out. All right, so he's there, you don't know when he got there, you get there between 2:15 and 2:30, and Fotis is there.
Well, it can be a little bit too 4:30. I mean,
Okay. All right, about
let's say to 3, and I say I have to be going.
Okay, so you have to leave at 3 to pick up the phone?
Yes, but then I forget, and in my head I'm like, oh no, wait, I don't have to pick her up because she's staying for this Chicago show. I go back to the house with a vacuum and I bring the broom.
To Jefferson?
Yes, and I take the Suburban because the way I parked, I don't know, I take the Suburban first. And I go to Fort Jefferson.
This is at 3?
Yes, around.
Around 3?
Yes.
So at 3 o'clock, you drive the Suburban back to Jefferson to pick up the vacuum?
No, to drop off the vacuum and pick up the broom.
Okay, and then you come back to 80 Mountain Spring?
Yes.
All right.
How long does it
I
take?
drink water in the house,
That's okay. How long is the travel time
no,
between?
nothing, like 7 minutes.
7 minutes?
It's very close. I mean, I've done it many times.
Alright. Alright. So you're back now at 80 Mountain Spring. And what's Fotis doing? Inside the house or outside?
No, he was, I think, talking on the phone out in the where the cars are.
Mm-hmm. Who was he talking to, you know?
No.
Alright. Okay.
Then, but I stayed a little bit, so I probably went to the 80 Mountain. And I should have gotten there back. Maybe like, I don't know, 3:40, or 4.
Okay.
I mean, I didn't leave right away. I stayed in the house a little bit. I remember drinking water.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if I was talking on the phone with someone.
Alright, so you come back, and what do you start cleaning? You continue to clean?
No, I kind of gave up with that because the house is too big on my own. You have to bring somewhere. We used to bring Lupita, which was a kid lady that we had.
Mm-hmm.
Then she stopped, and then Renata, which is the one that we have now, she has helped in the past, and she actually went cleaning Friday. She was there this Friday, two days ago, because she went to the house. She cleaned the sheets, and then Foti said go to 80 Mountains and clean. So
Can I ask why you didn't have to pick up your phone? Was she going somewhere?
because she stayed in school, I completely forgot. She had a school show called Chicago.
Okay. Oh, so did you like play?
Yes, I mean, it's a play from the school, not like professional.
Okay, so.
And that was like at 7, the play.
Okay. So you can continue.
So there Pavel arrives.
Alright, wait a minute. We're at 80 Mountain.
Yes.
Okay. And you think it's what time?
For something.
Okay. When did you go out to Hitchcock? You were gonna go to Hitchcock to
No,
pick
that's
up.
at 5:17.
That's after this?
Yes,
Oh,
yes.
okay. Alright, I'm sorry, go ahead.
Pavel arrives?
Yes,
Okay.
with the pickup.
At
The
the
Raptor.
4 o'clock?
More or less, I mean, 4:30, 4:15, that I don't know. I think I talked to my dad at some point in between those times.
Is Pavel alone?
Yes, he's alone in the Raptor, that's why I know he had the Raptor. And then I said, I have to go because I have to pick up my rocks in Canton. So I'm driving, now it's like 5:17, I don't know. I start driving.
Before you go into that, just something, when Pavel arrived, did you see him?
Yes,
What kind of clothes was he wearing? Do you recall?
again, I don't know, you guys were always jeans.
You're not kidding, right? What about you? What did you wear that day?
In the morning, for sure, like, because that's like my routine, it's like exercise clothes. Usually it's I have a black Adidas, like sweatpants with 2 gold lines.
And you changed?
And usually I change after leaving Nicole. I don't have a routine. Sometimes I go like
So,
jogging.
So after Nicole, when you're over at 80 Mountain Road for the remainder of the day, what are you wearing?
I was with a black shirt, my camouflage pants,
Okay, anything else?
and I don't know if I had a sweater. Or the jacket.
Okay. Okay, I'm sorry to rub you back, but continue where you were about to go.
Okay. So I get in the car, and I talk again to this woman, Barbara, the owner of the store.
Your
And-
store?
Yes, but no, I'm not sure the name is HR, then you have to Google it. But I mean, it's in my phone, the number.
That's fine, this is around what time?
Around like 5:17, because I remember I wrote the calls, and that's what we found out it was. And the lady says, because we're running down slow on people, usually we close at 6, but we might close at 5:30. So I'm like, okay, I'm not gonna make it. I'm still in, and it takes me to get to Canton at least 20 minutes, and why I'm gonna drive there. And she said, don't worry, we're gonna be open tomorrow, starting at 11.
Okay.
And I'm like, okay, if I don't make it, then I go tomorrow, okay. I turn around at the end of Deerfield, and I go to the house. The photos are in the house, in the outside, in the garage,
Which house?
for Jefferson.
Jefferson Street.
Yes,
During the course of the day, does Fotis wear a hat, or is he just without a hat? Like a ball cap or anything?
no,
No, not at all, does he wear a ball cap?
no, he does,
But on
he
that-
doesn't.
On that day, no? Okay.
Well, no, he wear it later, but not,
Okay, but up until that point, no. But later on in the day, he does wear a hat. Okay, I don't want to get you ahead, I'm just curious.
and photos are in the garage?
not in the garage, outside, where we usually, like in that piece of grass of the garage, outside the garage.
What time do you think you get back to?
No, nothing, like at 5:20.
And this is Jefferson.
Yes.
Okay, so they're on the grass outside your house?
Well, have you been in the house, huh?
No. I've seen pictures of it, I have not
When
actually.
it's a garage, it's like paved, and there's like a piece of like grass and paved, like because it has grass.
Okay,
So, we were
okay.
there. I parked the car inside, the Cherokee.
All right, so let me just stop you. When you drive the Cherokee and Pavel,
I mean,
Pavel and Fotis are there, so that means the Raptor, the Suburban are there?
yes,
Okay, so all the cars are there when you arrive, and they're on the grass, this is the
right on
south
the
side.
outside of the
What
garage.
are they doing?
I don't know, I'm talking, I don't know.
Okay, so they're just standing there talking?
Yeah, I know, and Pavel was turning on his moto. He left his motorcycle.
Okay,
Well, it's funny because that motor used to be mine, and I sold it to him a year ago.
you want it back? I'm just
No,
kidding.
no, no.
All right.
A small one.
Okay, that's very
And
good.
then I went inside the house,
Mm-hmm.
and so I'm hanging there, I don't know. And then he says,
The top, few posts?
for this at some point, I mean, obviously he went inside the house, blah, 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 whatever.
Mm-hmm.
He says, let's go to Starbucks, but this was,
What time do you do that?
that's, I don't know, it was 6:37.
Did Fotis change his clothes or shower at all during that time?
I know I saw him with a sweater, then I saw him without a sweater,
Okay.
but I don't know if he showered. I didn't see him showering.
Okay, so then it's next is you were gonna go to Starbucks, what time was that, and which Starbucks did you go to?
We went to the one in West Hartford, one that I used to go with Nicole about a year ago, that when she used to take French classes at the house of a teacher, I would drive there and, wait for her there, buy a Starbucks, buy her something.
What time?
Well, that's what I think it was like 6:30, 7.
So you and Fotis go to the Starbucks?
No, you go first, he says, let's go to Starbucks, I'm like, okay. And he drives
Which car?
the pickup, the Raptor.
Raptor? Okay.
And we drive into, I guess that's West Hartford, I don't know. But it's in a very creepy area, not creepy.
Did you ever go to the Starbucks?
Yes,
That's not, just like anywhere in
I
the state.
have the receipts, I mean, you can see it on my credit card.
Okay, it's on your credit card, but
Yes.
there's a lot of Starbucks all over the place.
So
So do you know which one specifically?
it's one that it has like a Marshalls next to
So
it.
there's a Marshalls and a Starbucks?
Yes,
And
and
that's
it
in
has
what town?
West Hartford.
West Hartford is the Starbucks?
Yes, and I know there's like a gas station in the front.
Okay. Why don't you tell the officers where you went? In other words, where did Fotis go first before the Starbucks?
Well, there was a street with a lot of like a construction, homes. I remember a fire truck coming, police. I don't know, it's a very crowded place.
So in West Hartford, the fire department and police with their lights and sirens were going somewhere?
I remember the fire truck, yes.
Did they have their lights on and they were responding to an emergency?
Yes,
Okay, so this is before the Starbucks and this is in West Hartford,
yes.
and this is around what time?
Around that time, 6:37, 7,
Okay, so around 6:30, 7 o'clock
or
in West,
7:30, like,
in West Hartford, the police and fire department are responding somewhere and you're going where? To the,
yeah, the plan was to go to Starbucks, that's what he said, let's go to Starbucks.
always go to Starbucks?
With me and Nicole, we go every Thursday.
To that Starbucks?
No, to the one that is closer to her school.
How far away is the street without construction that you're driving up and down? How far away from the houses on Jefferson? Is it close?
No, yeah, it's close, but like, I don't know, 11 minutes, 15
It's a
minutes.
creepy area, right?
Bueno, it's an area, of a lot of, yeah, like the street, they had a construction, he's like, oh, look at the construction, like he was showing me the construction, and okay, who cares about the construction?
And then what happened?
And what?
And then,
And then, yes, he stopped and we stopped. He throws something from the back, a bag, I don't know what, I wasn't really paying attention. And then, I mean, somehow we go around or we turn around. I'm like, why are we here? Like, it doesn't make, like,
So it struck you strange that he was driving in that area?
yeah, I've never driven in that area at all.
So you've never been over there?
No.
Okay.
I mean, we've thrown garbage bags in other opportunities, but I've never been in that area.
What, you only threw one garbage bag?
He threw one garbage, and I think he had to move the car because the police or something was there.
He threw the garbage bag into what?
No, in a dumpster, or I don't know what.
How long did this whole, was it fast?
No, yeah, because then we went to Starbucks and.
So him throwing the garbage in dumpsters or in trash or something? Or both?
No, it was in a, I think it was a
dumpster, big metal box, trash receptacle is just like a little green can. How long did this go on for?
I don't know, a little bit.
How long?
Like how long it took him?
Yeah, did it take a short time or did it take
Yeah,
a long?
no, I don't know, a minute, 2 minutes, I don't know how long it takes.
I'm just gonna stop you here. I'm gonna tell you your turn. Over 30 stops over a 4+ mile length of Certain Street in the north end.
Just gonna pause the video at 15:41:18. Detective Kimball, you just indicated that there were over 30 stops. Were you referring to the Raptor?
I was, yes.
Okay. Was that information accurate?
It was not.
Are you familiar, well, firstly, Detective, in your experience, have you taken any interrogation courses?
Yes.
All right. And are you familiar with something known as a ruse?
Yes.
All right. What is a ruse?
Ruse is presenting false information to a subject.
Intentionally, correct?
Intentionally.
All right. Was this an intentional ruse?
It was not, no.
Okay. Why did you indicate that there have been 30 stops at the Raptor?
The 30 stop information was the information I had been given at the time. It turned out later to be inaccurate.
Thank you, sir. Pick it back up.
What?
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
No.
Okay. Over 30 stops
Of that car.
of that vehicle. That. You know, check that record. Okay. This is just some of what's going on. So, I want, yeah, right. Is that Otis? Who is that? Is that Otis? Is that?
Pausing the video at 15:41:58. Detective Kimball, can you just indicate to the jury what you're showing the defendant at this point?
I am showing the defendant full-size screenshots from the C4 surveillance of the Raptor and of Fotis Dulos outside the Raptor.
Thank you, sir.
Is that the Raptor that you were in? I don't, you don't have it here, but you're actually leaning out at one point of the car.
No, I told him, I had a chewing gum, I took it, I spit it,
Okay.
and my hand got sticky, and I went like this, and like this to clean it.
Can we go back to the first dumpster
Mm-hmm.
where the construction site was?
Mm-hmm.
Was there any businesses or buildings that stand out in your mind that were near that dumpster?
I was on the phone talking to Beto, my friend.
But it was somewhere between your house and the Starbucks. Was the first dumpster where he threw a bag out?
No, it was in this place.
What was on the way? That's what he's asking.
In the way.
Yeah.
Yes.
So before you stopped for coffee, he was already stopping in West Harvard and throwing bags out to dumpsters.
Yes, and then we went to Starbucks after.
Then you went to Starbucks, okay, and then
Okay, so did it seem strange to you? It's on 30 stops.
That we didn't stop 30 times. I mean, that's counting red lights or turns. That sounds strange.
Were there how much garbage? What was in the back of the
I
Raptor?
don't know. I wasn't looking, I was on the phone, I was probably talking to Beto, my friend Beto, because she's about to take the plane. And she actually said, well, I'm getting on the plane, so bye.
Did you ask for this? What was
I'm like,
going
can we
on?
go? I'm like, yes, I wanna go. I'm like, let's go to Starbucks. He said, yes, wait.
It just seemed, it doesn't seem, knowing what I know about Fotis, doesn't seem like an area that I would expect him to be driving around.
No, I've never driven there.
Okay. So you agree with that?
I don't even know how to
You
get
thought
there.
it was strange that he was in that area?
Yes, but because we've done it another times to throw garbage.
Right, but in an area you called creepy, I mean,
Is that where?
Bueno, because I've never been in that area. Like my furthest I went,
So there have been other times where you've been with photos where he stopped at multiple garbage receptacles and thrown trash in them?
yeah, pero a long time ago, not like in that area. And then we go back to, and that's when we stopped in Starbucks after throwing the bag. We go to Starbucks. I go to the bathroom because I got my period. And I ask for a Java chip. I ask for a croissant, a chocolate croissant, and they say we don't have it because usually we have in the morning.
Right.
So they didn't have. And so I get a sandwich, ham and cheese or turkey and cheese sandwich.
While you're getting the sandwich, is all the garbage already thrown out?
Yes.
Can I go back to when Pavel arrives at the house with the Raptor? Did you notice anything inside the vehicle? Did you notice anything inside the
No,
Raptor?
because I didn't go in the Raptor.
Was the Raptor flatbed, was the back bed covered with anything that you noticed?
No, but I didn't see, I wasn't paying attention.
How long was Pavel and Fotis together at 80 Mountain after Pavel arrived in the Raptor? How long do you think they were together? Do you know?
No, I don't know.
This is very important.
No, but it cannot be. Pavel must have been there maybe, I don't know, 10 minutes, nothing.
And then he left.
He left
What did he leave with?
with the Raptor,
With the Raptor.
yes,
And then Fotis followed him.
yes, and I had the Cherokee,
As far as you know, they went back to Jefferson.
yes.
You saw them there, correct?
When I came back from not going to the rocks, yes, they were in Fort Jefferson.
So how long was it between the time you left 80 Mountain and came back to Fort Jefferson and you saw Pablo and Fotis there?
10 minutes, 11 minutes, not that long. 15 minutes at the most, which I think it's too much.
So Pavel was at the house with Fotis on 80 Mountain for 10 minutes. They leave. And then how long until you see them again? What's the time frame before you go back? Is it a while? Is it not a while? Is it 5 minutes?
Wait, can you repeat?
Yes. So Pavel arrives. He's at the house on 80 Mountain for about 10 minutes, correct?
He arrives with the Raptor.
Yes.
I remember I seen him.
He's not there for long.
No, because he was already leaving, I mean, he came from Buchanan.
Pavel came from the canyon.
Yes.
What was he doing in the canyon?
He's the one who takes care of the house that they're building down there. He's the one who looks at it every day.
What house in the canyon does he take care of?
Well, I don't take care, it's a house that they're doing construction.
Do you know the address?
I always hear 61 Sturbridge. I've been in that.
Sturbridge.
Yes.
I think the question was, and it was the same question I asked.
Wait. That's what they told me.
That's what they told me.
I didn't see him, I don't know.
No, if that's what you're telling us, that
Exactly,
they informed
exactly.
you.
No, I don't wanna say things
And
that.
who's they that told you that?
Well, I mean, Fotis and Pavel, they always thought that that Pavel goes to Buchanan.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Unless it's
No.
a lie.
Okay. So how long was it between the time you left 80 Mountain and Fotis and Pablo were there, and you started out for Canton, and then you turned around and went to
No, we all
Jefferson?
left. We all left like at the same time.
Okay.
It's not like I stayed
Okay.
longer or he stayed longer.
Okay, you all left, and then when you drove back to your home, where you live, which is for
Jefferson.
Jefferson. Okay, when you arrived back there, now Fotis and Pablo were at Fort Jefferson.
Yes.
Okay.
So Pablo and Fotis left not at the same time you did.
Yes.
We're just confirming a couple things. When you went, Michelle, when you went to the school to drop your daughter off, where did you drop her off? At the school?
Where?
Yeah, like is there a main driveway?
Yeah, it's a circle, there's like the main building, and I always leave her in the same corner.
Corner of the building?
There, it's like a roundabout. This is the main building, the middle school, and the theater. It's
So
called,
like an L?
it's a curve.
Okay, it's an arc, okay.
It's an arch, and I leave her there. She walks. I see her when she gets in. That she puts her ID, and then she goes in.
Okay, did you get out of the car, or did you just let her out of the car?
No.
Okay, so you were driving the Cherokee?
Yes.
And what was Nicole wearing? Computer, she had a backpack?
Yes, her backpack and the cooler with the juice that she always
Okay.
forgot.
Is that like a small little, like a thermal lunch pack? Is it a big cooler that she
It's a
holds,
big-
or is it one
No,
with a shoulder strap?
The shoulder strap.
So Nicole had backpack and
And the cooler, which is my cooler from Miami that I used to have when I had a boat and I would take it to the beach. It's a white cooler, it's in the house. It's not hard, it's soft. It's like a bag.
it's like marble. And when you went to Starbucks, you guys go through the drive-through, or
No, we
you
park.
go park and go
and we
inside?
go inside.
And this is the Starbucks in West Hartford?
Yes,
We said?
well, I guess, I don't know exactly.
Are you sure? Whether it's,
But I know which one it is for sure because it's the one that I used to go when we go.
and that's the one near Marshall's?
There's a Marshalls, there's like a light, there's in the other side of the street. It has a big parking lot. There's a gas station in front, and there's like a fire department nearby.
Like right nearby, or just
I think it's
like right next to it?
actually in front of it.
Okay.
That I remember always seeing when I passed there. Because the teacher that Nicole used to take French lives a little bit further. There's the fire building, that's my reference, and then there's a stop light. I turn and then I turn right, and it's one of those houses that the teacher lives a year ago, so this has nothing to do with it.
I don't want to cover too much for time here. Switching gears briefly for a second, how was Fotis and Jennifer's relationship?
Okay, I never met her. I haven't
You never
done-
met Jennifer?
No.
Okay.
The only time I've seen her in my life was like a year ago. Fotis had supervised visitation, and the judge let him take the kids to the pond where we usually ski. Obviously, I couldn't be there. Nicole is in Argentina and every summer. She goes from June to September. So Fotis calls me and says, "Don't come yet because the kids haven't left." So I park outside the Avon,
Self-storage?
the pond. No, on the entrance to the pond.
Right, it's right by,
Gravel.
right by Hutch's place. right?
Yes, it's a gravel. And you know what I didn't tell you? That I went to the pond on Friday to see if I could ski, and there was no one. And then I came back. I mean, I went, I didn't see anyone.
When did you go?
Okay, I think it was after. We wrote it down.
I want to show you a picture on my phone. Okay? Okay. Is that you, Michelle? Is that photos?
Yes,
Okay.
that's me.
Do you know what you're doing there?
Yes, I'm cleaning like this
What are you cleaning the ground for?
because I put my gum and I threw it and it was sticky.
Photos comes and takes something from you, and he throws it in the sewer. What was that? We see it on video.
But he doesn't take anything.
No, he does, because we see it happen. And we have it.
And we retrieved what was thrown to.
So I'm just gonna tell you right now, starting from the morning, there's some stuff that we know that you're not being honest about. Okay, so let's do cooperation and telling the truth is what we're talking about here, okay? And sir, you know some of the stuff we talked about before we started Francesca, and some stuff that was located at the scene. So some of the stuff you're telling us about photos in the morning, I don't believe to be true, okay? And then I'm gonna find another picture that I'm gonna show you right now. Alright, this may upset you. So after you throw out the garbage, this gentleman comes up to the garbage can and pulls that out. What does that look like to you?
A bag.
What's the red stuff?
And blood.
It's blood. And that's Jennifer's blood. And that's a pillow from her garage that's missing. So you need to start being honest with us
No, I don't know anything about that pillow.
about where Fotis was in the morning.
I'm gonna pause the video at 15:56:37. Detective Kimball, you heard Detective Clabby speaking with the defendant just now on video, is that correct?
That's correct.
What was he showing her on his phone
Showed her two things, which,
the second time?
okay, the second thing, what he was showing was a screenshot from C4 surveillance of a gentleman holding up an object which appeared to have a red stain on it that he had extracted or taken out of a garbage can on Albany Avenue.
Detective Clabby indicated that that was a pillow from Jennifer's garage. Did you ever verify that?
We did not.
That was never recovered, correct?
Correct.
And similarly, that Jennifer's blood was on it, that was also never verified, correct?
That is correct.
Would this be an example of a ruse, detective?
It would be, yes.
Continue on.
Well, this is probably a good time for a natural break. Ladies and gentlemen, we will take our lunch and recess until 2 o'clock. Please do not discuss the case.
All right.
We'll stand in our recess until 2.
Honorable Superior Court now is back in session. Good afternoon, Your Honor.
Good afternoon, please be seated.
And Judge, if I could just have a moment to get the video up to where we left off.
Just 15:56:38.
We can bring the witness in.
Go back 10 seconds at a time.
We can bring the jury in, please. Detective Kimball, you may be seated.
Please, Drew.
Would counsel stipulate, please?
Yes, Judge.
Yes.
Thank you.
Your Honor, where we left off was 15:56:38. We were able to get it to 15:56:39. Is that all right if we resume playing from there?
There's probably going to be no claim for the 1 second.
Or we could just rewind.
Or what could happen is, if there is a claim, we'll just go back before 15:56:39.
We'll just go back 10 seconds, Judge. And we'll resume playing it at 15:56:29.
Being honest with us
No, I don't know anything about that.
about where Fotis was in the morning, okay?
Okay.
Your life with Fotis is over,
No, I know, I know.
okay?
I know.
From this point forward, your life with Fotis is over. It's done. You need to think about your daughter,
No, yes, of
okay?
course.
This is your time. You're definitely not being fully honest with us, and I want you to be fully honest with us, because there's no way he's home, because he had never been in that home. And we found there through science. Okay? So,
Okay, but what do
are you
you
with
wanna,
me?
no, yeah, what do you wanna know about the morning?
We wanna know where was Fotis was home at.
If he wasn't home, what period of time was he not home?
You need to tell us the truth.
Or were you with him
No,
somewhere?
I wasn't. I mean, I have, all my morning, I had doing things that it's completely proven because I have photos, I have texts.
We believe you, okay? We don't believe that, if we told you from the get-go, we're not lying to you. Alright, we believe that you were kind of dragged down a certain path, okay?
So he used me.
Isn't that what Fotis does? He was with somebody else and met Jennifer and moved on. He was with Jennifer and met you and moved on. The pattern, correct? Do you see what's happening here? Do you think that was not going to happen to you? We know Fotis. We looked into Fotis. Just hear me out. If Fotis was not home in the morning, which I know he wasn't, he knows he wasn't. Your attorney even knows based on what we've told him that Fotis was not home.
So maybe he wasn't.
No, you know if he was, and you need to tell us the truth. Because this is very important. The stuff you were throwing out, we have. And it's all Jennifer. It belongs to Jennifer. Do you understand? You need to help these people. These children will never have their mother again. Okay? We need to find where she was, and if you know anything more.
No.
I'm not trying to pressure you, and I'm not trying to turn the tables on you. I'm just telling you that some of the things you've told us, they're not right. A lot of the stuff you've told us is very true, and I believe that you're telling us a lot of the truth. If you're trying to protect him,
No, not, I don't want to protect him, but
If Fotis wasn't home, if
Did he tell you he was going somewhere on Friday morning?
No. I mean, I always believe that he's in the office because that's where usually he is, in the office.
So can you
But I
say
don't-
100% that he was home in the morning? Yes or no?
Well, no, I don't know.
And you didn't wake up in the same bed?
No, that
Because
I
you slept with
didn't.
your daughter?
I slept with my daughter.
And your daughter definitely wasn't gonna be home, because how long in advance did you know that she was gonna be at school till 7 p.m.?
No, until 9:15.
And 9:15, but you knew it prior to. Do you know what was in the FedEx thing that he threw into the sewer?
What?
You have it, so he did throw something in the
I
sewer.
remember handing him something to Phyllis that he put in the sewer.
There was a FedEx paper bag.
Did you hand that to him? You have a video.
You're not video, so this
I
is the
know, I'm
truthfulness.
trying
Okay.
to think. I don't think I had anything, but I do remember the
You're not
FedEx.
sure it was a FedEx box, like a mailer?
Huh?
Like a
Yeah,
mailer?
because he has that in the office. He has all the FedEx. Because he sends every time things.
Did you ever look to see what was in there? Okay,
Um,
I'm gonna tell you what was in there. Okay? You used to have a 2007 Chevy Suburban Fotis did color black, right?
Sorry?
Fotis used to have a Chevy Suburban that was a 2007 model. No, are you aware of that?
Know that.
No.
You may not know that? Okay, he did. It had Connecticut license plates.
Uh-huh.
Plates that we found were in that FedEx thing dropped in the sewer, and the plates were changed and doctored. So if the police saw them, they didn't read to anything. So what I'm trying to explain to you is that what happened to Jennifer didn't just happen to Jennifer, it was planned, calculated. And Fotis is a planned and calculated man, is he not? Am I wrong?
No, I guess, I don't know.
You know you live with him.
I know, but how do you know that
I'm not
his
saying you-
license plates like this?
No, we're not saying that. I'm just trying to.
How he is.
How he is. He's very calculated, yes.
Yeah, I know.
Smart, right?
Yes,
Does any of this surprise you?
yes.
Yes.
What surprises you?
Of course, like, when you say Chevy, the Suburban, he did have a Suburban before.
Is that what surprises you, or is what
No,
surprises you
the
what
whole
you're
thing.
learning that we believe he did to Jennifer?
Yes, I mean,
That
everything,
surprises you?
everything.
Okay. Is there anywhere that you know? Alright, so basically, here's the fact. Fotis killed Jennifer.
No.
Okay? This is a fact. We know this. We need to find Jennifer. Is there anywhere that
Did you look in the house?
we're at your house?
And?
Listen, just answer his question, okay?
Is there anywhere that you can think of, other than your properties, that Fotis goes to where Jennifer is?
He has property in 585,
Deerfield?
Deerfield.
We know about that.
That it's a house that I told you that the mom used to live. 80 Mountain,
We have that.
84, 88,
We know about that.
those lots.
What about places that we might not know about? Fotis has set up a plan to make Jennifer disappear. Okay? And she has. But he thought he was good. But he's not. Alright, we're very much aware of what was going on. We just need to find her. So is there anywhere else that he frequents that you might know about that no one else does where we can look?
There's the one property that these are 3 lots right before it has his signs
Oh, that's right.
in Mountain Spring.
Okay.
I walked that with him and the guy that bought it actually, a couple. This was like
This we know.
2 weeks ago or.
Is there any other places that aren't listed on the website that are under development that you can think of? Does he hikes or whatever? We know he skis a lot more ski.
Yes, in the pond.
We
we're
know
all the
about the
time in
pond. We know about the pond. Okay, the self-storage in Avon and the property
Yes.
behind. So you understand, I'm not trying to say you, but these are the facts. Okay? He will lie and deny this.
He would want
He's gonna lie and deny this if you ever speak to him again. But there's overwhelming evidence. Okay? And there's evidence to prove Fotis has never been in Jennifer's house. We have confirmed that.
He did though,
When?
but I don't know if he was inside.
He's never been inside, according
okay.
to the people we
When he
spoke
went to the
to.
party?
Which one?
Okay, what were we gonna say? That he did what?
On Saturday that he spoke with his lawyer, or Sunday, with Jacob. Jacob said you have to do a timeline of what and he was in speaker. You have to do a timeline of what happened that Wednesday. Because if you were inside that house, you can be like in trouble, something like that.
This is Yakov, contractor?
The what?
Yeah.
Okay.
And so Foti started talking, he said, okay, but tell me. So Foti said, Jennifer bought a basketball
Yes,
thing to throw.
there was one at the house.
And she said, which this is very weird, for the 2 years that they've been fighting in court,
Yes.
they were not talking, they were not texting privately, everything was through a family, whatever.
Yeah, go through it.
And emails, but copied through their lawyers. For what I understood, they never had communication, they would never talk without these two tools. It did surprise me that after that report came out, that I haven't seen, but that Fotis told me about, that Jennifer changed. They started talking over the phone. They talked like 2-3 times. That I was upset because I'm like, be careful. I mean, if the report is good for you, let the judge decide, because now everything is like favorable to you. And she's like, no, I think she gets it. I think she understands that the lawyer is trying to get money out of her and extending the case. Anyway, and I was upset. I'm like, no, she's maybe playing something to manipulate the situation because she doesn't want to lose the kids.
Let's try to go back.
So
Did you go to a psychologist to talk after that?
Yes,
All right.
yes.
This is just, I think it's important we can.
with him.
Okay, just tell Jennifer what you did. You went to a psychologist, right?
I said I want to talk to a professional because if she really has borderline personality disorders, plus depression, plus a mild something of anorexia, and she's taking pills, this is a person that it can be harmful and she's gonna try to manipulate. And I wanna know what's gonna be my condition, being around her for the rest of my life, and with the kids, if you get them, or if you guys, I was concerned. So he called Humphrey, we made an appointment, and we met, so this is like 2 weeks ago, like before Friday, when the report pretty much came out, which I don't remember. We went to Humphrey. I wrote in a paper what borderline personality was, what are the traits of like fear, abandonment, low self-esteem, and whatever. I know them pretty much by memory. I wrote in another paper, that paper it should be in the house. I gave it to Humphrey, so he read it. I write in another paper, like red flags about Jennifer that Fotis has told me in the past.
You're getting this information from photos.
Yeah, well, like she changed her name 3 times. I mean, that she ran away to Aspen and changed her name to get money from the family.
So you went to the psychologist?
Yes, and I was upset. I was very upset. Humphrey, after we read like 67 things that I wrote, he said, listen, we have to wait what the court says, what's going to happen. It's all favorable, whatever, to you, but we don't know what's going to happen. Apparently, they were all talking that now they're worried, concerned about the kids being with Jennifer, that it should be okay to Fotis have custody. I don't know what the legal.
Okay, photos wanting custody, right?
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Can I direct you back?
Yes.
Can I ask you a question? And then I want you to talk more about it. Where on 80 Mountain Spring is Jennifer located?
What?
Where is Jennifer on 80 Mountain? Like, where would Clarissa put her?
You're talking about the properties on Mountain Spring Road.
Yes.
Where is her body on the property? Tell us all you can about the property at 80 Mile.
Well, the property, he rebuilt it, he didn't know, I know it pretty well, the house, because I've been going in that house for already a year, since
Okay.
it started building, reconstruction.
Mm-hmm.
It has a lot of green in the around. It used to have a tennis court. It got gone. It's grass now.
It's grass now. When did that happen?
The tennis court?
Yeah.
No, when they were doing the paint before, like, I don't know.
Has anything new
Okay.
happened since this began? Construction?
No,
Okay.
I know he goes every now and then and he puts the ribbons so people don't drive in the grass. I know about a month ago, maybe they fixed some part of the grass with the company that put the grass.
Okay.
I don't know what else to tell you.
So
I
there's,
mean,
there's nothing new in the last week that you're aware of?
No, because I haven't been. I know that Stefan, the realtor, has been doing open houses on Sundays. I think Fotis went there one Sunday, the last Sunday.
Okay.
But that's the property that Fotis and Powell were on? That you were on?
Yes.
On Friday?
Yes. But it's not this. This is an old picture.
Well, it's an old picture. I want to make sure we're talking about the same. I want to make sure that, look,
What about the other lots? You said the lots have been subdivided?
Of this one?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
And he has 2 signs. He already sold 88 to the Pavlonis.
Okay. Has anything changed on those lots that you're aware of? Has there been, is it just a vacant lot with no building?
Yeah.
Yeah, so it's just woods?
No, it's open.
It's open?
It has like the house in front has 1 tree,
Okay.
and those 2 lots are very open.
Okay. There's no houses there, you're saying? They're just open, just lots of grass, fields? Okay, I haven't been there.
Oh, no,
So,
I've ridden motorcycle there a year ago.
Yeah,
Yeah.
so
But it's grass. It's like natural.
it's very tall.
No, not tall, but I mean, yes, you find like bushes,
Which is a
but
lot.
it doesn't have like woods
Okay.
like the lots next to the ones on.
So is it in a sense that if you were gonna build there, you'd have to clear a lot of brush? Like you're saying, like bushes and stuff?
Yeah,
Yeah,
but it's very clean.
it's very clean.
I mean, you go down there and you'll see it.
Alright. Do you think Pavel had anything to do with this?
No, but I mean, I'm not gonna put my hands in fire by anybody.
No. We're just asking your opinion. What do you think? I don't know these people you do.
Okay, no, I do.
Are they capable of such things in your opinion? Or are you surprised by this?
No, I am surprised, but I mean, I know Pavel is the one that goes down to New Canaan. Fotis goes to New Canaan because he has to see the kids. Wednesdays for sure, and Saturdays or Sundays, depending on what work.
Can you tell me with 100% certainty that you saw Fotis in the house on the morning of the 24th?
And when I woke up, yes.
At what time?
7:40 the alarm, 7:42 I was in the room.
And for how long of a time did you see him?
It's 6:40.
Okay. And how long of a time did you see him for?
No, just in the shower and then I left. Down, I did the juice,
So just to go back, at 6:40 is the time you saw Fotis first in the house? And then you don't see him again until you have lunch? So basically from 6:40 to lunchtime?
No, sorry, I went back to the office.
Okay, what time?
9 o'clock. It's not
9 o'clock?
No, less. 8.
You went back to his
Like
office
yes.
and saw him?
He was with Kent sitting at the far end of the office.
And that's at
And
8
that was
o'clock?
like 8:15, 8.
Okay. And so from 8:15, you didn't see Fotis again until around 1, 2 o'clock when you had lunch?
Yes, correct.
Okay, so the last time you saw Fotis in the house was around 8:15?
Yes, but supposedly he was in the office. I don't know.
What do you mean supposedly? Why do you say supposedly?
Well, because now you're saying that if he killed him.
No. Just, it was a simple question. When did you last see him?
Okay,
And when
I
did you see him again?
last saw him in the office.
At 8:15.
More or less, yes.
Okay, so sometime around the 8 o'clock time. Okay. And then you didn't see him again until lunch between 1 and 2.
Yes, and then actually from 9 to 11:30, I was in and out
Yeah.
a lot.
We're not accusing you, we're.
And there's a lot of proof that because.
No, it's not
okay.
here.
Okay, no, because now I'm like nervous that.
No, listen, all right, this is,
We're being honest.
they're asking you a question. When did you last see him in the morning? And when did you see him again?
8, 15, 20, 17, because that's the time I arrived. And when I went to lunch, that he said, let's have lunch, and I went down the stairs, so that's around 1, 2.
So was he wearing the same clothing at 1 to 2 when he was asking for lunch that he was wearing in the morning?
Look, in the morning I saw him naked, and then
You didn't.
I
in the office, in the office.
I didn't see him.
Okay.
I heard him.
All right.
And I said hi to Kent. I mean, Kent did say hi.
What's Kent's last name?
I don't know, but it's the lawyer at Forgo.
Okay, I think we know.
But photos did change his clothes between when you saw him at lunch to when you went to Starbucks. Because you said he had a hat on
He had
later.
a hat.
Was he wearing the same clothes all day and just put a hat
No, I think he had like a light blue.
on? So you would say he had a light blue
Yes,
shirt
shirt
and jeans.
and jeans.
And then he went home and he changed. Because you identified him in a photo wearing a white
A
t-shirt,
white t-shirt.
dark pants and a hat.
No, but the jeans are the same.
It's the same pair of jeans though, so you only changed the shirt? Okay,
Yeah, he only has 2 pairs of jeans.
okay.
He only has 2 pairs of jeans?
Of blue jeans. That one that I'm aware.
That you're wearing.
One that are like straight and the other ones are more that he just bought from a Lucky Strike, a brand, because he bought 2, a blue jeans and a black jeans, like.
Now, do you know what a zip tie is?
A what?
A zip tie. It's kind of like a plastic thing that you can loop around and a lot of things, you can put them on wires. You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah.
Have you ever seen photos use them or in the house?
No, I know, yes. For our water ski handles,
Okay.
he put some tubes, which my handle has, because otherwise my head or my arm can go in. And he does have, see, the white.
They're really wide and long?
Yes.
Okay.
And he had, the ones that he put on me, and it's in my handle, you can go to the palm and see it. I think they're like kind of white.
Does he have a storage unit up
A
there? Does he, because that Avon self-storage is like storage units, right?
Yes.
Does Photos
He
have
has
a unit there?
Oh, 2, I don't know. I went once, like 2 years ago, because he wanted to bring some furniture to the house that was from the mom, and I said, I went to see it, and they were like super ugly.
So, how big are they?
We took only one thing that was a mirror, a gold mirror.
How big are the storage units? Smaller than this room? They're probably very size. Okay.
And there's Hodge, those are Hodge.
I understand. So, you went up there at one point to put furniture up there?
No.
Or he did?
But this is like in 2017 that I went there for the first time and only time.
Mm-hmm.
He had furniture from the mom,
Mm-hmm.
that because the mom lived here.
The mom lived at Deerfield.
Yes.
When you're done answering John's question, I kind of want you to talk a lot about what you know, the address 585 Deerfield, okay? So first finish his
So
question.
mom lived at Deerfield, you got some furniture, you wanted to bring it home, took you up there, showed it to you, and you thought it was ugly?
I thought it was
Oh,
ugly.
so it stayed there?
Yeah, it's probably there, I don't know.
Okay.
I do know that he had at some point, which we never talked about those storage. He had two and he wanted to get rid of one. That's why he said, why don't you come and maybe we can take things from to the house. And when I look, it was like a flower, like things like that.
Okay.
But this is like in.
So 585 Deerfield, that was where his mom?
Yes, that's where supposedly the home be. And the house is like in pieces. It's like falling apart.
Okay.
No one lives in it.
How is the property? Is it messy? Is it full of like trees and woods and
Yes.
such? Yes.
Yes, but it has a beautiful view that I usually, when we take clients, because a client went there, we go in the car around with the car, we stop, we see the view, and then we come back, and there's like actually a beautiful tree that I always tell folks, can we take this tree to Fort Jefferson? It's like a Japanese,
Okay.
it's a very nice tree.
Like, okay.
It's like purplish, deep.
So, the house is dilapidated or it's not in good condition?
Sorry?
The house is not in good condition? It's like falling apart? And no one lives there? What's going on with the property, do you know?
Well, he's trying to sell it.
You trying to sell it? Okay.
Yeah, and it's in the market. It has a sign from Stefan.
Okay.
And this is Deer Cliff or Deerfield?
No, Deer Cliff Road.
Deer Cliff Road.
It's like we live here and it's here, the property. Like I can walk.
It's very close.
Yeah.
You could walk.
Yeah, it's only
Okay.
2 minutes walk.
Okay. Is there any work going on the property or?
In that one?
Yeah.
No.
Okay.
But it is listed by Ford Group as an available property.
By Cordwell Bank. Stefan has it.
Okay.
For a real.
So it's available for development?
Yes, or if because there was a lady that wanted to buy it and reconstruct that house and live there, and she wanted to buy that for 600, whatever house.
Okay.
But Ford Group still owns it, right?
Yes.
And Ford Group is Fios' company?
It's what?
Is Fios' company, Ford
Yes.
Group? Is he the only owner or is there other? He's like listed as the CEO of it?
Yes, it's supposed the company started with a sister,
Mm-hmm.
but like, I don't know in what year, 2004.
Mhm.
No, mentira, no, sorry, I don't know. And the sister moved back to Greece. Then Fotis stayed that, because 40 means 4 of Fotis and Renata, which is the sister.
Mm-hmm. Okay. So very good. Ford.
Yes.
Is he close with his sister?
Yes, and I've been talking to her, she's been calling me.
Do they talk often?
Yes.
Now, you said something earlier about you were going to one of the properties two weeks ago? One of the Ford Group properties. Was that one of the Mountain Spring properties?
Well, no, we go to all the properties very much.
Was there one that you went to, if you remember, 2 weeks
Well,
ago?
80 Mountain Spring, we go,
Okay.
I mean, to check it out, to show it. 585, we just drive, I never go inside the house because the house is not,
Is there a dumpster on the property of 585?
I don't know.
Go ahead, do you have
I didn't have a question, I was just gonna.
It has a garage, that it has a car, full piece of Porsche.
the Cayenne's over there?
Yes, the Cayenne is inside
He
there.
parks it there?
No, it's broken.
Oh,
We had an accident in that Cayenne.
okay. When was that?
It was in winter. Nicole, we were coming from the movies and coming out the house. Fotis was obviously driving fast. It was icy and we crashed. And Guillaume, back then Guillaume, a worker of him, came and picked me and Nicole up and Fotis stayed. But this is like a year ago, the accident.
Alright,
So this is irrelevant. But the car is there.
alright.
Okay, if you have something else.
Go ahead.
You originally told us you got back to
around noon, you're back at the house, you had lunch, but that was really at 1, 2 o'clock.
Yes,
So you got back to the house around 1 or 2 o'clock?
no, before, because,
Before?
All right, let me tell you what my notes say. You told us that you got back to the house around noon,
exactly,
and that between 1 and 2,
we had,
you heard Fotis calling you from
Yes.
downstairs saying, hey,
Yes.
can we have lunch?
Yes.
Is that
yes,
Accurate. When you got back at noon, was that Suburban there?
yes,
You need to be positive.
I am positive,
So when you got back at noon, the Suburban was there.
yes.
what you saw?
Yeah, because it's parked next to the garage, I mean, next to the space.
But you didn't see Fotis for another hour.
No.
Okay.
That's why in my mind, Fotis is there, because the car is there.
But you didn't see the Raptor, or you did see the
No,
Raptor?
no, no, the Raptor wasn't there. Well, no, unless it was in the
Okay.
car.
All right, I just want to ask you clearly. When you got back to the house at noon, you saw the Suburban, correct?
Mhm.
You did not see the Raptor.
I did not.
So you really don't know whether the Raptor was or wasn't there, right? Is that correct?
Well, if it was, I didn't see it. And
Right.
if it was in the car.
Okay,
and
so you don't know whether it's there.
Exactly.
Okay, that's fine, I just want. What is in the basement of 4 Jefferson? In other words, is there a refrigerator?
There's,
What?
there's 2 stairs, one from the mudroom and one kind of like from the entrance. If you go from the entrance, you turn straight, it's a room. I guess room, right? I call it the dead room.
Call it the dead room?
I call it a room.
Oh, okay.
I'm sorry,
It's okay.
okay, because.
Sure you have your reason for it.
Well, because it doesn't have window, it's like all
Okay, so
furniture.
it's stagnant, it's,
And now I use it only a few times when the house is packed with people. It has a bathroom.
it's got a floor?
Yes, no, yes, the basement is completely done.
Okay.
That's in front. Then on the left, there's a big playroom with closets with all the Legos, games for the kids, a big rug with tables on the side, a piano that Nicole uses a lot because she sings. Then there's the gym. I mean, if I get out of the room, the gym. At the right, there's like a little library and a winery, a wine cellar. You been into the house now?
No, no, we personally have not.
Okay. And then if you go to the other side, I mean, again, straight from the stairs, on the right, there's another playroom that usually we have like sets with race cars. Right now it has some Legos because we've been working on Legos. We change it, when Fotis changes a lot. That's like his, I don't know, whatever he wants. There's a storage room in front that has boxes, things of me, it has all of his DVDs, like boxes and boxes of DVDs. And then you keep going, then there's the elevator, then there's the whole thing for the television, like with all the media and television, internet and whatever. And then there's and then he has a thing for praying, like with virgins that was from the great grandfather who always said.
I have a question that might seem a little strange for you. When you and Fotis were in the Raptor, when you got in, did you notice the bags?
No.
No. Did you ever notice a foul smell from those bags, like garbage or anything?
No, because I didn't see the, I mean.
When you were in the car, when you stopped, there was no strange odor or sense?
No, because I didn't get out, and I'm like, why, why would I have to go?
When he was lifting the bags, did they appear to be heavy? Did you take
Oh,
note?
no, I don't know.
Were they very large, or were they
a garbage bag and.
big garbage bags, or like the contractor type, or just
Yes.
small?
Yes.
So
I mean,
you,
I don't know the brand, I don't know.
I'm just asking if you observed anything of note. Is there anything about this?
But we have bags in the house. If you open the drawer in the pantry, we have like 4 boxes of those huge
And you never really, did you question him a lot about why you were stopping and throwing out random?
Yeah.
What was in the bags?
No, why do we have to do this now? And he's like, no, wait. I never finished the story of like when the police came.
Tell us, please.
Okay, because after we went to the Starbucks, we went to the house, I threw the sandwich because it was disgusting.
He likes Starbucks, huh? So I'm with you, Michelle.
Terrible sandwich.
You're not offending me, don't worry. Go ahead.
So, I went up, I'm in the laundry, I see a police car come. But this is like at 8:30.
This is
the
24th Friday, we're back on.
Yes. And I go out, and I was about to go down the stairs, and I'm like, and I see Fotis, and I thought this is a police car down. And he's like, I know. He walks to the door. I didn't go down because I see police and I panic. I don't know why. I think because I've seen too many terror movies. The police talks there in the door. It doesn't go in, or Fotis doesn't go out. It was like in the door, in the middle of the door. I go to my room. I was in Nicole's room, and I'm like, okay, I don't want to be here. I go to my room. I went to the bathroom. I changed my.
That's okay, that's all right.
Sorry. And then I go back and like, what happened? And he says, the police just said that Jennifer's missing. I'm like, what? He's like, yes. I'm like, but missing from, like, well, obviously the typical conversation, missing of what? Like, did she die? Is she okay? Like, did she take the kids? And then Fotis said, I don't know, I have to call Lauren. So he tried calling Lauren. Lauren doesn't pick up.
Okay.
At that time,
Lauren's the babysitter.
the babysitter, at that time, I went, I have to go, I have to pick up my daughter. And he goes, no, I want to go with you. I'm like, no, you stay. And I'm like, no. So I'm driving. Well, no, he's driving. And we arrive at the school at 9:15. And I pick up
This is
Nicole.
at night?
Yes.
Yeah, she had the Chicago.
She had the Chicago show. And it's in the text, like, okay, what time? And she's like, I'm about to, it's almost finished. And I'm like, I'm here, I'm parked here outside. And she's like, okay, I'm getting out. Like, that conversation is in my phone.
Okay, what's Fotis? He's driving which car?
The Cherokee.
Okay, what is he doing while he's driving you to Michelle, or
To Nicole. No, he
Nicole?
was driving and sitting there, and we were like
Is he
talking.
on his phone too?
Yes, he started making calls to, I think, Mike Rose, then Jacob, and then at some point the police start calling me.
Mm-hmm.
Jacob says, do not answer the phone. I answered once, and they said I'm a reporter for whatever. And I hung up, I'm nervous.
Jacob told you not to answer the phone?
Jacob said, if you see numbers of don't answer, they'll leave a message.
This is all on Friday?
Yes, at night.
Okay.
We arrived to the house, obviously I'm stressed out. I take Nicole to the room, I don't tell her anything. She gets changed or whatever.
Does the call pick up on the stress in the house? Between you?
Not that
Your
day,
stress
but
level?
then after, yes. And then I have to tell her at some point, this is the mom of the kids, she's missing.
Is Fotis upset?
What do you mean by upset?
Is he
Like angry?
concerned?
Oh,
What is he
yes.
angry?
No, he's concerned, and then I don't know who he talks. I think that police, and the police said, and he said, please can you tell Lauren to pick up the phone or to call me? So he called her and she told her yes and told her the story. The story I know is that that Jennifer told Lauren to pick up the kids from school and that they were gonna meet in the doctor's and the dentist, I don't know what time, in New York. She never appeared. Lauren gets nervous.
Right.
And
So,
I
but
heard.
we know that.
Michelle, but,
Well, but I
the
hear
evening
that
of the 24th, you are with Fotis, and he's contacting people, and he's concerned about Jennifer.
after the police come.
Right, after
Yes.
the police tell him Jennifer's missing,
Yes,
he's concerned.
yes.
Is he contacting Lauren, you said?
He contacted
And
Laura.
why is he contacting Lauren?
Well, because I guess
To
Laura.
find out about details
If the
about
kids-
Jennifer?
No, he wanted to know where the kids were.
Okay.
He was worried.
He was worried about the kids, and did he learn that the kids were okay?
No, yes, because he spoke with, and apparently Lauren said the police said not to drive to New Canaan, to the house, because there were a lot of police, so it's better for them to stay in
Okay.
New York
Right.
with a grandmother. And,
Right.
and then one of the daughters, Christian, was having a sleepover.
Right.
Which I said, well, how come a sleepover if supposedly you don't let sleepovers? And he go, I don't know. Jennifer now is doing whatever.
Was there supposed to be a visitation going on the next day?
Yes,
Okay.
he was.
And was that put off?
Yes.
It was put off because of Jennifer's disappearance and her absence?
Because, I don't know, for what he told me that Lauren, the police said to Lauren not to go, so they stayed in New York.
Okay.
So that he went down.
Oh, we know that. We know that.
To-
To Manhattan.
No. Saturday he went down to meet with Puebla and the kids in the Suburban, Saturday.
To where the kids were.
Yes.
Right, to the grandmother's?
No, to New Canaan, because
Oh, to New
supposedly he
Canaan.
was gonna meet.
Okay.
And I think I wasn't there, but from what he told me, he spoke with Jacob. Jacob said, come to the office, and something like that.
All right.
And
It's very convoluted. Did you ever receive a voicemail from a police officer?
two,
Okay.
and you listen to them.
Did you ever call, for who was it from, do you know?
New Canaan, but they never called me back.
Why?
Well, because the lawyer, Jacob, and you told me not to call that, they would call me back. I never answered. There's two voicemail,
Okay. Okay. So I need to button down a little bit, going back to the 24th. Noon, you arrive home between 1 and 2. Lotus is at the bottom of the stairs calling for lunch. You guys have shepherd's pie.
No, I said it up, it's gone. They're going to
Okay. All right. So, and sometime after that, Fotis calls you on the phone, and he's already at 80 Mountain Spring, and he says, we have to clean up there, bring cleaning supplies. Is that accurate? Do we know what time Fotis called you?
No, it's
Okay. Fotis's phone number is the 8625. At that time, was the 8625 number? Business number?
Well, he only has one for the business in himself. It's an 80, it's an 860, and I don't know.
478-8625?
Yes,
Okay.
finishing it.
That's the phone that he no longer has. That's one of the
Exactly.
phones he no longer has.
And
And,
then on Saturday with Jacob, he gets another one.
okay.
Or
Tell
on
us
Sunday.
about that other one. Do you know what's the phone number for that? Is it the 4877 plus
Yes,
48? Okay.
yes.
Where did you get that from?
For what he told me, with Jacob got it from him. Got
Okay.
it for him.
Okay, had you ever called him on that phone prior to Saturday or Sunday?
No, because he didn't have
Or
it.
he did. He's had
He
that
did?
phone. Yeah, he's had that phone.
The 777.
The one that ends at 4877. He's had that phone, I believe, since March of this year.
What?
Whose name is that phone in?
Wait,
Do you
is
know?
this the same number that Jacob got?
This is the same number, the same phone that was when you guys went to get your fingerprints taken. Did Fotis have a phone with him that he lost on that night? When you went to get your fingerprints taken,
Yes.
and that you first met him?
That was yesterday.
Right, so Fotis had a phone that was seized by the police, correct?
Yes.
Or was that the phone?
No, okay, I understand. You mean the phone,
The phone.
that's a previous, but the number is not.
Okay,
Well-
I'm not sure that's, all right.
That was.
It actually isn't because, well.
No, I don't know.
All right, so going, this is what keeps you. So you don't know what
I
time,
know he had a bigger one. You got a bigger one? one? He said, no, this is an old one.
I want to go back to the 24th, the Friday. Fotis is calling you, asking you to bring cleaning supplies to 80 Mountain, and he's already there. Do you know what time he called, about what time that call came in? Because you said between
No.
1 and 2 you're having lunch.
Yes, it's like at 3 something.
So,
Just gonna pause it at 16:39:18. Detective Kimball, we just watched you in the video. You're attempting to clarify when the defendant went to 80 Mountain. Is that correct?
Yes.
Now, I just want to ask you, did there come a point in time where you were able to review residential surveillance footage near 80 Mountain Spring Road?
Yes.
What address were you able to review it from?
77 Mountain Spring Road is directly across from 80.
Was that before or after this interview?
After.
Thank you, sir. Continue.
3 o'clock.
Yes.
Okay. And then you were, well, can't be 3 because you're saying with 2:15 and 2:30, maybe these times are messed up. 2:15 and 2:30 you're arriving with the sheriff. All right, so.
Bueno,
You
that's why I don't.
Okay, no, I don't think you're lying, I think you're confused. You don't need to
I'm
work.
not confused, I'm just don't know exactly what that is.
Okay, that's all right, that's all right. So ignore, this is an old photograph, but there's a little bit of information here about cell phones. And this is 80 Mountain Spring.
No, yes, I
Okay,
believe you, it's
so-
just that these
So
trees don't.
that's all right,
exist.
but you remember, this is the house. That house is in the same spot now, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Do you know, I don't know what road this is. Do you know where, there's a road over here.
This is a mountain spring.
Okay, so Mountain Spring is
He
here.
built a home, that's why this is all, because for.
Don't worry about the photo.
He built this
Okay.
this house too, from the metaphor. This doesn't exist about a year ago.
Michelle, don't worry about it. The house still exists, right?
Yes, the house
Okay,
and he
and
built.
the property is owned by Fort Creek.
Oh, yeah, that's what he tells me.
So
And it's in the website.
we have some times here. We have 14:25, that's military. It's for about 2:25 p.m., 2:26 p.m., 2:26 p.m.
What is this number?
Those are times. Those are military times.
No, I know military.
So this is Fotis' phone on the property of 80 Mountain Spring, at least as early as 2:25 p.m.
Okay, and
So he's definitely there. And if he calls you at 3,
bueno, I said 3, but maybe he called me
Okay.
at that time.
all right.
Roundabout, it's not easy to.
All right, so what I'm trying to get to is that, what's over here now?
Trees.
There's trees here?
Yes, these trees don't exist.
Okay. These trees don't exist. Some of these trees
All
exist.
that
Do these trees exist?
Yes, doesn't look as much as this picture,
Okay, but there are some trees here.
but, well, yeah, all this has trees.
Are there buildings over here?
No.
Okay, so my question to you would be, do you have any idea why he would be walking around in the trees?
No. I mean, this is land trust, I think.
Okay, it's a land trust.
I think. I mean, he always says you cannot build here, you cannot build it, and this is part of not the property. There's a part that it
So he doesn't own that property.
No, he owns this property with this and this, which was, it used to be one property at some point. And they
Alright, so
it.
do you understand from a police perspective of a person that we suspect is having done something really bad to his wife? We find it strange that he's walking around.
Yeah, me too.
Okay.
I never walked.
So I'm gonna kind of go back to, if you were Fotis and you had to get rid of a body, or if you had to get rid of a body which was no longer one piece, where would you go?
Me?
Or where do you think Fotis might go? Okay, I'm not saying you. Where would Fotis have gone to take either Jennifer or parts of Jennifer to get rid of her?
I don't know. I mean, you're asking me something that.
I am, unfortunately, because I unfortunately believe that's where we're at. That's the situation. And
Well,
it's
why don't you
terribly
look
sad.
there?
Who says we're not looking there?
And I don't know.
Okay. But I'm asking you because you know Phyllis. I don't know him at all.
I do know him, and I mean, I would never talk to him like, where would you bury a body? That's not our conversation.
Well, I don't know if you have any information to the guesses regard basically based on what you know about him. If you don't, that's fine. We're looking for Jennifer, and unfortunately Jennifer may be.
No, you said that it's dead.
Okay.
You said that she's dead because you found the blood.
There's enough to suggest that, but we believe she might have been in the bag you were throwing out.
Oh. Okay.
Yeah, we're gonna do that.
Yeah.
All right, I know that's a lot. We're gonna let you take a break and cool off and open the door.
How much longer do you
I'll have an answer for you shortly if that's okay. All right, but that's why we're,
Can you, like,
let's take a break. Think about what you wanna say next.
no, I mean, I don't have it in mind, I just have a question.
What's your question?
Like,
I can't, certain things I can't tell you, but go ahead.
no, I mean,
I'm happy to answer your questions. Do you mind if I open the door?
Please do.
the garage is not in this picture.
That's an old picture, so
Okay,
there's
so
no,
there's
there's
a
gonna be
garage.
changes.
There's a garage here, that's where we have the cars parked.
Yeah, can you give me 1 second?
We're gonna, this is
But
just,
this is clean, like, first and worst.
So, do you need more?
yeah, just for a second. No, I mean,
Just keep in mind that's still active.
okay. We can't talk. We can't talk because it's still active, you understand?
You wanted to tell me something?
Yeah, but we'll have to wait for them to come back and then we'll start.
I cannot.
Don't talk here. Don't talk here. Okay.
Feel this.
You feel dizzy?
But I'm okay.
Are you? Well, maybe with a little air, you'll feel better. If you haven't eaten and you're exhausted. So.
There's still more questions if that's okay. Later. So. There's something there that just. Yes, just let's Let's just make it, did you already do it? I'm gonna kill that, so you guys. We're just gonna stop the recording now.
All right,
So you can
stop.
talk to your attorney to stop. Take it.
Okay, well, I'll take your word for it.
Just gonna keep it outside. I'm sorry, Michelle. I'll make it sure that you were in privacy, but we understand that it's.
Yeah, because it's very, there's not a lot of air here.
No, I guess not. As long as everyone's.
Pausing the video at 17:08:05. Detective Kimball, I just want to indicate there was a jump in the time here. Is that because the recording was turned off?
Yes, it was.
And that was for purposes of a break, is that correct?
Yes,
All right, and now we're resuming with the recording, is that right?
that's correct.
All right, thank you.
I think we talked to your attorney. We understand that you and Fotis have a relationship and you're concerned about him. You
Not
also,
anymore.
well, you have to be concerned about yourself right now.
I'm,
You have a child,
yes,
you have a mother, you have a family.
yes.
Presumably see them. And I don't want to deprive you. We told your attorney, we are fair people. We don't want you to go down for something that you were not a part of. But we also need details, and we need
Okay,
more honesty. There are some things that you've been saying that you've been very, very detailed with, and there are some other things that we consider important that you've been kind of skipping over. So,
like what?
well, like what was going on Mountain Spring, 80 Mountain Spring, when he called you up there on the 24th.
I went to, he said, bring the cleaning things to clean the house.
Is that normal that you
Yeah.
clean your
Well, usually I take the cleaning stuff for the cleaning ladies, yes, that's, I mean, I don't do it every day, but I've done it at least 6 times of my life to that house.
Okay. And he was there helping you clean, or was he doing something else when he was at the house?
I went into the kitchen, I started cleaning, but it was like, because usually someone else cleans it, either Renata or Lupita.
How many times have you cleaned that house? Have you personally cleaned that house?
When I've taken the cleaning stuff like 6 times, I clean it myself maybe like 2 times.
Was there something coming up for that house? Some showing or
Yes.
something? Is that why you cleaned it?
Saturday. And I think Sunday too, there was an open house.
What is,
And it was very dirty, I mean, dust.
just from being not lived in?
Yeah.
What is Fotis, best of your knowledge, Michelle, what does Fotis have? Does he have one storage or more than one in Avon units?
He told me at one, I only went there once, that he had 2 and that he wanted to get rid of 1.
So you,
But that you can ask Hutch.
yeah, when you went up in 2017 and with the furniture, that was, you looked at one, there was one storage unit that you looked in, you didn't look at more than one?
No, that was like 2 years ago.
Okay, so what was in that storage, what
there was-
kinds of things were in that storage unit?
Okay, there was a mirror,
Yeah,
a
so
tool,
furniture,
yes, a bed,
any
mattresses.
smaller things, any construction tools?
It was more like furniture, like I remember some chairs, I said, why can we take these? I'm like, no, they're horrible. It was like a flower chairs, and I don't know, he had the
Okay.
things, it was packed.
There are no tools that you know of, crowbars, sledgehammers, hammers,
But
saws?
you guys can go.
Well, yeah,
They had to, we gotta choose to do it.
yeah,
Okay.
yeah. As far as driving around Hartford, like I said, it was multiple stops, it may not have been 30, that might have been misinformation, but it was certainly numerous stops throughout a period of an area that you called scummy or scary
No,
or,
because I never go
right.
there.
And did you ask
I have
him?
never been.
Did he
Yes,
tell you
that's why
anything
I'm
about what he was doing? Did you question him any more than, can we get out of here? Did you ask him what was in the bags? Do you
No.
know what was in the bag?
No, my mind is always like construction things. Even maybe, I don't know, the cleaning from the house, I don't know.
Okay.
Like, this
So
is-
those bags ended up, I'm sorry, those bags ended
But they
up,
weren't like blood walking, nothing.
so there was no visible blood that you saw
Do you now remember the FedEx box?
It wasn't a box, it was an
FedEx.
envelope
What was an envelope? Okay.
that he has in the office. He has
Okay.
envelopes because
All right.
when we sent
Did you
him.
find it strange that he was putting that into a sewer?
Yes, I'm like, what are you doing? He's like,
But what I find strange is when I asked you about it, you lied to me and told me it didn't happen. That you didn't.
No,
I also find it strange that you keep all your receipts on that day. But I've seen your car and it's not kept, you're not that organized in my opinion. So do you understand why we're kind of not like, we're kind of not believing some of what you're saying?
but if you go.
It sounds very well rehearsed
No.
and planned.
No, we've talked about it many times.
Yeah, we've gone over the
I've gone
timelines,
to
but
the timeline a lot. Now, the purse,
I want you to know, this is not rehearsal. Because any lawyer in this situation would ask her the same questions that you would ask when it comes to what did you do on that day? But there's no rehearsal here on what to say.
Okay. I'm not saying with you, I'm saying perhaps with, you've had a lot of time to discuss the situation while all this was going on for the last, I'm not saying your lawyer is doing so, but you and your boyfriend. Did he ever kind of talk to you about how to handle when we approach you? Did he ever coach you? Did he ever tell you what to
you
say?
just say, keep calm, this is gonna be over, stay strong. I'm like, this is like the last thing I want in my life. It's like, stick to it, and I actually.
Stick to what?
No, stick to being okay.
Stick to the story?
Stick to it meaning what?
No. Like, stick to, stay calm.
Paused it at 17:14:08. May I just retrieve two exhibits?
Yes.
Oh, 74 and 75. Detective Kimball, this interview was on June 2nd, 2019, is that correct?
That's correct.
And did you subsequently become aware that the defendant's residence, 4 Jefferson Crossing, had been searched on June 3rd, 2019?
Yes.
Handing you exhibits 74 and 75, just ask that you familiarize yourself with those and you can actually open them if you need to look at them.
I don't have gloves. Thank you.
Just for the record, could you indicate what you're looking at, sir?
Right now, I'm looking at Exhibit 158.
I'm sorry, it's exhibit 74. State's exhibit 74 for trial purposes.
Okay. 74. 74.
And can you just indicate what you're looking at?
I'm looking at 3 sheets of paper, which appear to be photocopies of timelines.
And do you know where these were found?
These were found in a briefcase in the mudroom at 4 Jefferson Crossing on the 3rd of June.
Were you aware of these documents on June 2nd, 2019?
No, I was not.
And if you could just put those back and look at exhibit 75.
I'm looking at exhibits 75.
What is Exhibit 75, sir?
Exhibit 75 is a single notebook page of a timeline, two-sided.
Were you aware of this document when you interviewed the defendant on June 2nd, 2019?
I was not, no.
And again, if this is a natural time for a break,
Yes, sir.
we will take our afternoon recess until 3:30. Ladies and gentlemen, please do not discuss the case.
All rise. This honorable Superior Court now stands in recess. This honorable Superior Court now open and back in session. Good afternoon, Your Honor.
Good afternoon. Please be seated. Thank you. We can bring the jury in. Would counsel stipulate, please?
Yes, Judge.
Yes.
Thank you.
Detective Kimball, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Where we left off just before the break, I had shown you States Exhibits 74 and 75 for trial. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And I believe you indicated after reviewing the documents within those manila envelopes, you were unaware of those during the course of this interview. Is that right?
That's correct.
Prior to this video being paused, there was conversation about whether or not the defendant had spoken to Mr. Dulos about how to conduct herself. Is that right?
That's correct.
And she indicated that he said to her, "Stick to it." Is that right?
Yes.
Judge, at this point, we're going to pick it back up.
Thank you.
It would get nervous.
Ms.
Like,
Fotis, how does Fotis feel about you think?
in terms of if he loves me or not?
Yes.
I know he says that he loves me all the
Okay,
time.
you believe that he does?
Oh, yes.
Okay, is he nice to you? Is he considerate of you? Does he treat you well?
Yes.
Okay. Do you remember when you were being, what?
Sorry. We did,
In general,
no,
why not?
I know, but like, now I'm like thinking, like, I've had moments specifically this
No,
week
all right,
of stress.
okay. Do you remember when you were getting processed for your fingerprints and your pictures?
Yes.
And you remember the two of you were in adjacent rooms?
Yes, I wanted to kill him.
Why is that?
Well, because I'm like, why I'm doing here because of a Jennifer that I don't know her, And I'm like standing here, and I don't even know I don't know Ruben, I don't know Jennifer, I don't know anybody, and I'm like in a situation where I don't know half of the people.
You feel it. Why are you mad at him for that? Is it did he put you there?
No, but I'm like, it comes from him, because obviously this is not my people.
Okay. Right, that's what I was asking. You're there
Because of his.
you know you didn't do
not
anything,
me.
right?
Yeah, no, I didn't.
So, but yet you find yourself there, so
Yes, and I'm like, why am I here? Like, I have a normal life, a beautiful life with my daughter, and ever since I got to Connecticut, it's been like a nightmare.
how long have you been here?
I started coming in June of 2017 in the summer, back and forth,
About 2
because
years.
I couldn't be here when he was with the kids by court. So I would go to Miami, which I was upset because I'm like, wow, I have to fly every 4 days, back and forth. But okay.
I just want to go back to when you were being processed. We noticed how he was treating you. I noticed. And specifically, he looked like he was staring a hole in your head.
Do you remember when you were sitting against the wall? When he was getting the phone numbers out of the phone and your head was between your knees? Remember you were feeling faint, you weren't feeling well?
Yes. I'm feeling still the same.
You looked a lot worse that night than you have in the last 24 hours that I've been spending with you. He asked you a question, you didn't respond. And he looked at you as though you didn't see it because your face was down. And he gave you the most evil, long look I've ever seen when he had to break him from it.
He looked at me.
Yeah, he looked at you.
But I wasn't
And we
looking.
became very concerned for your safety just based on our experience and what we do and what we witnessed and what we've learned throughout the last, several days.
The reason I didn't talk to you guys because Andy said don't talk, say that
Which
you
we
have a
understand.
Okay,
We respect that.
He's asking you a different question.
Okay. No, I didn't see his face.
So,
I mean, I don't remember. If I
But it
was
just
looking
showed us kind of where he was coming from. We can't read his mind, but we're actually not too bad at reading people in general.
Yes.
And
he was also
behavior to you was
overly concerned, because you know how you were in the separate rooms. You know, when you were photographed.
Yes, I remember. They put
There's
the
a room
speakers.
here, there's a room here.
Yes.
Whenever you would speak, Fotis had to know what was going on. Are you okay? Are you okay? I asked Fotis, you all right? Just let's get through this so we can get you guys out. He's like, well, I'm concerned for her.
Okay, but I didn't hear that.
Yeah, that's what we're telling you. The point is that he's overly concerned.
Okay.
Because you were breaking down. You've
Well,
had,
because
yes,
I'm
well,
like,
we understand.
what am I doing here?
So what that shows us is he was concerned about what you were going to say or do
Okay.
because of stuff that we think that you know.
Okay.
That's what we're getting at.
Okay.
when you came here, when you were under arrest or when you were in custody, having your prints taken, then when you came here last night, you were a shambles. You were shambles. You were in tears. You were very upset. You were hunched over. Really, nothing that you told us today is an indication. Why would you be so upset if it was only what you told us today?
Why
So-
am I upset? Because I'm upset of the whole situation. I'm like, why? I mean, why it's me that is happening this when I haven't done anything? And I'm like so innocent, and I'm like being
We're not
charged
saying
as
that
a
did
no, no,
anything.
but
We
this is
think
what
that
goes
you
in
know
my, that's
something.
what goes into my
And it may not be something you know in this part of your head, maybe something that you feel in the back of your head as far as what happened to Jennifer. So,
Well, I'm scared. I mean, if you say that.
are you
that's
concerned that maybe something bad happened to her? Okay, that's good. I mean, we all are, I think. Where do you
But
think?
now that you told me that he caught maybe
I'm saying maybe.
that he caught them in pieces in the bags, I'm more worried.
We don't know what was in those bags, right? I mean,
But
you're telling us that.
No, you said it before.
No, the bags.
Okay. But I heard that you said that you might think that there's pieces of Jennifer. in those
We are
bags.
concerned that that's the case. We
Okay,
certainly,
that's why I'm saying
yeah, so
what you're saying.
we want to find Jennifer.
Okay.
We want to find her for her family. We want to find out what happened to her, even if it's bad, all right?
Are we gonna find her at Fort Jefferson Crossing? Or any part of her?
I mean, you guys, I can go with you, I can dig holes, I can do whatever you want.
Okay.
I mean, if she's there,
Dig holes?
but I don't know to find her.
Okay. What about 80 Mountain Spring?
I can do the same thing with you guys.
Do you think she's there? Do you have any indication,
No, but
any
I
feeling
know-
that she's at 80 Mountain Spring?
Why not?
There's 80 Mountain Spring, there's 84 Mountain Spring, there's 88 Mountain Spring.
Yes, she can be in any of those,
She can be in
or
it.
she can be in 585.
That was the next one I was gonna ask about. Could she be up in the storage area?
In the what?
In the storage area, you have storage, self-storage, by the pond? We're trying to find her.
Maybe. I
We
mean,
don't necessarily think that you had something to do with killing her, but we think that you have some information
I
that
don't, I would
would
say,
help us find her.
I can go with you guys and I can spend 24 hours looking.
Michelle, the mess,
I know it's
the
a,
mess of blood that existed. Whoever moved her car,
which
was,
part?
her car was moved from her house. Her Suburban was covered in blood in the driver's seat. She wasn't the one driving, she was in the back with, with,
But
with amounts of blood that are not, you're not gonna be alive, okay, you understand what I'm saying? And someone drove that car. There's no way, Fotis, Powell, whoever, came back and it wasn't obvious that something horrible happened. And you don't just clean that up.
They would have had to change their clothes for washed up.
And where are they gonna go and wash up? Where are they gonna go and wash up?
the car,
If,
but where,
where would they go? So,
a car wash.
a couple people are involved in this.
Uh-huh.
She bled a lot.
She what?
She bled a lot, all right? So, and these people are covered in blood. They drive the car, and even where their hands are on the wheel is covered in blood. That blood's gonna start to dry, and dry blood is not easy to get off your skin. It's not easy to get off
No,
your
I
clothes.
know, yeah, when I get a cut,
We've all had it happen.
yes.
Where do you think they would have went to clean up?
The car,
And if they were in New Canaan, is there a place they would have gone?
I don't know New Canaan, the only thing I know about New Canaan is the two houses that Fotis has built
The Sturbridge.
in the 180 whatever Hemlock.
Hemlock is, someone lives there now?
Yes,
The Sturbridge is still unoccupied.
yes, because it's under construction.
Okay. Is there water there?
But where?
Do you know if water is the Sturbridge? No? You don't? Okay. That's fair enough. So, basically, it's hard for us to understand how we could make it back, even either one of them, if it was them, back to Farmington without being just, it was a lot of blood. A lot.
But, okay, my question. That they drove with the Suburban or how they get?
Suburban was moved somewhere else within New Canaan by someone that had blood all over
Your
it.
Suburban has damage. You just dropped it to get fixed.
Mine Suburban,
Your
yes.
Suburban, the one that Fotis drove that thing. Alright, and there's a lot of video, and there just happens to be a Suburban driving around the opposite neighborhood.
We had that damage in the front left.
Yes,
with-
yes, and I
with-
sent that, it's a car's in the repair shop.
No, we
When
haven't.
did it go? When did it go to repair?
I sent it, I went there on Tuesday morning.
So we see the car.
Yes, but I
With-
crashed it.
Right.
We see the car in video with the white spot where the paint came off the bumper. In New Canaan, before Jennifer's dead. Do you understand?
Are you guys sure?
I'm pretty sure.
The Suburban, the one that has the roof in the top.
When did the Suburban go in the shop? This Tuesday, this last Tuesday?
Yes.
Okay, that's after Friday.
Memorial.
Now,
Yes, I made the arrangements.
Right, okay.
I'm
And it's
asking,
in my emails.
I want to ask you a question.
I took the picture, sorry to.
Oh, yeah. I want to ask you a question if this is true, and I don't know it to be true. When you dropped the car off at the dealership, it was explained to us that you asked for the car to be detailed inside and out at the request of your boyfriend. And that you asked him to do a very good job because he's crazy. Is that what you said?
No,
Okay, clarify that, please.
no, he knows the guy, the owner of the, and he knows for his.
This is what they were telling us.
Okay, no. I said, now, he said, that, I mean, he showed, and the first thing he said, but this cannot be the quote they sent me. no way I cannot fix this car for.
That's fine.
No, I'm just telling you the conversation because I wanna go. So we went to inside the office, and in the office, there was a guy in the computer. They said, oh, these people are a mess. They sent me the registration that had a number, 297. And I'm like, no, it's like 600 and something. Okay. He said, no, that's fine, we're gonna take care of it, don't worry. I said, and then I sat in the waiting room to wait for the Enterprise to bring my car. I asked for a Suburban because Foti said, ask for a Suburban because I need a Suburban for the kids. Okay. He comes back and said, I checked your oil and it's in 0. Do you want me to put it? I'm like, yeah, now that we're here, do everything and even clean it. And I know how Fotis is. He's very picky with his cars.
So those were his words?
Yes.
Okay, that's why I ask, because people embellish it,
No,
and
I never said that he's crazy, and he is very picky.
Good, that
And
clarifies.
he knows Fotis because actually I don't know the guy.
That's fine, that's how it came back to us, and
So,
people do embellish.
He took the car,
That's fine.
the people at Enterprise wasn't coming.
The Thule,
The what?
the Thule.
Yes.
On the morning of Friday, the 24th, was the Thule on top of the car?
Yeah. And that never comes out.
It never comes off?
I have right now a Suburban that I rented. That's
Yes,
the
I know.
one that the Enterprise gave me. It doesn't have that.
Yes, I
So
know.
I don't know if that's.
Entirely separate question, Michelle. What kind of locks are on the doors at Fort Jefferson Crossing? What kind of, what brand locks? Okay.
Do we have it?
I know it looks like this and you have to pull out.
How about the keys?
We start using keys.
The keys at Mountain Spring, there's 3 different properties, right? On Mountain Spring?
Only one built.
Right, okay, all right. Does Fotis have keys, like a big key ring?
I don't know.
You don't know?
Usually when I go inside that house, it's with a code and it opens that garage.
So you have, you have no idea where we might be able to help us out with where she is, where we can find her?
No. I mean, I can go with you guys, I'll do whatever. But no. I mean, if she's caught in pieces, she's all over.
Did he ever say anything did Fotis ever say to you about what happened?
No, he was concerned. He said, I want my kids, I want my kids, I want my kids. He was worried about the
See if she
kids.
recognizes this.
Yeah. Does that look familiar, those?
I saw a bunch of kids.
Yeah, they're Baldwin brand keys. They say Baldwin on them, which is a specific manufacturer.
Just pausing the video at 17:28:02. Detective Kimball, what are you showing the defendant at this point?
That is a photograph taken of a key ring that was seized out of the Albany Avenue trash.
Thank you, sir.
And it's the same lock type as on 69 Wells.
Jennifer's
Oh, what?
house.
69 Wells, Jennifer's house.
Okay.
Okay.
I don't know.
Do these,
No.
does this type of key look familiar to you at all?
And the one that we have for the house, it has like a square and it has 2 keys and it's from the house.
And then in Fort Jefferson.
4 Jefferson. And it must be, or either Fotis has it.
Sorry.
I'm good at this point.
Alright. So, is there anything you want to ask us?
No, ask, I don't know. There's, Pavel drives a pickup too.
What kind of pickup?
Toyota.
Registered to him?
I know that's his car.
Can you know what color it is?
Bordeaux, like reddish.
Bordeaux. You said Bordeaux, like wine?
Yeah.
Actually, I do have a question. Let me just say,
Okay.
this is Pavel's car?
Pavel's car. he usually lives in the house when he changes his cars. If he doesn't take the car overnight. So that's another car that usually is around the house.
Where does Pablo live?
Just gonna pause it at 17:29:46. I want to talk to you about that last exchange. Had you asked the defendant up until this point about Pavel and a vehicle that he owned?
No.
Who is Pavel?
Pavel Guillaume, I believe the pronunciation of his name, last name, was the four-group project manager who was working with Michelle Troconis at the time. And he's essentially was an employee of the four-group.
And during the course of this interview on June 2nd, 2019, did the defendant ever tell you that Pavel's Gumieni's Toyota was located at 80 Mountain Spring Road on May 24th, 2019?
No.
At some point, you indicated that you interviewed her on separate occasions. Did she indicate to you that his vehicle was at 80 Mountain Spring Road?
Yes, she did.
And you know what kind of Toyota it is? Is it old or new?
It looks old and destroyed, and it's very dirty inside.
Old,
Like
destroyed.
when
You think it has a Connecticut license plate? You know?
yes, he
Right.
lives in Connecticut.
Okay. Thank you.
You know who's listening?
We do.
Okay.
Gomer is.
Yes.
Fotis has a friend named Mark that's very wealthy.
Yes, Marcel.
Did you recently loan money to Fotis?
So just to clarify, Pablo's, that's his first name.
Pavel.
Pavel. Is his
Bueno,
first
I
name.
pronounce it like that one, I don't know.
Okay, that's fine.
You don't know if Mark did loan him any money at all?
But you can call him.
Do you know any reason why he would loan money?
No. I know in the past, the father has loaned him money to build.
How much?
No,
Is
I
it,
don't get into those. You're asking me
is
things.
it lots and lots of money, or you just talking?
I don't know.
Okay.
But I think he paid him back. But this is like many years ago. And I
It wouldn't
think-
surprise you if we told you that he had been received a large quantity of money or paid a large quantity of money.
Very recent.
For whom?
We go to Mark or
From Mark to Fotis.
first?
Well, the question is, do you know anything
No.
about it?
Okay.
That's all I have.
You're gonna, what are your plans? You have plans for bond?
Well, here's my concern, okay? If family can raise money for a premium on these charges, and then you guys charge her with something else, there could be an additional bond, and so that's money thrown out the window.
That would be, yes.
So, look, it's not gonna surprise you to hear that I don't think she should be charged as an accessory, you know, or an aider and abetter. I mean, you know, I've spent a lot of time with her recently, and there's a lot that she can't be precise about, there's no question. Relies on her phone, not to set, in my view, not to set something up, but relies on her phone to say to me, look, this is when it happened, okay? And I know that because I spoke with my friend or my daughter or whatever. So look, I mean, look, I've done a lot of these, you know, a lot of cases. I don't see her lying. I don't see her lying.
No,
She could be wrong. She could be
I
inaccurate.
understand that.
No question.
Right.
But I just don't see her lying. And I'm not saying, I would say the same thing to Richard. I mean, I just,
Richard.
he's the prosecutor.
He's the state's attorney in town. And just to be clear, nobody has been charged yet, so but
I also want to tell you that when you said to her, her life with Fotis is over, I completely agree. completely agree.
And I feel you would be in jeopardy based on my observations and my personal professional experience for many years.
That's one of the reasons I was asking about.
When you left the other day, I walked you out, I was genuine concern for your safety,
Okay, thank you.
okay? So I want you to understand that I'm not the only one who feels that way.
We had a discussion of what we hoped wasn't going to happen to you that night, luckily it didn't,
But the problem is,
you were there. Serious concerns about if he decides he wants to go somewhere out of the country and he feels that you have knowledge, then he has to tie up his loose ends. We don't want something like that to happen.
No.
And I know you don't either, I know we discussed this before. So, and it's not a threat, it's just a concern that a lot of us have.
we thank you for talking with us
Please,
that way.
keep thinking. If you come upon some new information or new something, you can reach out to your attorney, you can pass it through your attorney or whatever. But I don't want to close the door.
No, but look, I want you to know something. This is the same person. What you're seeing is the same person that I've seen over the last however long that I've been speaking.
Okay. Yes.
I mean it.
You have more experience with her than we do.
Well, I want you to know that. Okay? I don't think that given what she cares about, I mean, it's a big blow to know that the person you have trusted,
Absolutely.
is capable of doing this type of thing. Not only that, but involving her.
Right.
This is
Daughter,
yeah, okay. But involving her.
Potentially while her happens all that. Right. And that's why I said that. Right.
Crazy.
Right, because if you're being victimized and getting in trouble for something you really have no involvement in, those other two, your mother and your daughter also. That's why I was saying she's still in shock. So something may, as she comes off or when things settle down, something may come to her. And we're interested in that.
Yeah, I mean, it's a big deal for her to accept the fact that, number one, he could have done this, and number two, or the realization today that he involved her. Clearly, he didn't. Why did he have to do that?
That's fair.
I mean, is he that?
Yeah.
Is he that
I'm
cunning?
assuming that's a rhetorical question, because if you'd like me to answer, I have an answer.
I'm sure you do. I have one.
But that should show her the type of person she's dealing with.
Right.
And we've repeatedly been told exactly that from every
Yes.
single person we've
There are
spoken to.
numerous people who are afraid.
Not one person has not said what you're saying. Can we ask Michelle, the day that she was in the car when the garbage was dumped, the clothing you were wearing, do you know where that is? Yeah, you remember, you said you were wearing the dark colored top and the camel pants in the closet? Or is that normally where they are in one of the closets?
During the washing.
Okay, so as far as you know, they're in the home. All right, thank you so much for the, I know it was difficult and you had it very long, just like us, weeknights, so on and so forth. So,
I don't want to see my daughter and what's the procedure now?
Tomorrow we'll be in court. I'll be speaking with, yes. I'll be, once the judge signs the order, only another judge can reduce it. So, I'll be with you tomorrow morning, and I'll talk to the state's attorney between now and then, and we'll see what we can do about it.
How does it work?
How does it work? The way it works is that when somebody gets arrested, a judge will either set bond or the police will set bond, okay? And if a bond is not that high, or if there's no requirement that the bond can only be posted at the courthouse, then people get a bond sooner than they post a bond. But this is what you're saying. This is a murder investigation, and the investigation is active, it's continuing.
How long does it take?
Well, they don't know.
where's Jennifer?
Depends on who.
If we find Jennifer,
We have no way of knowing.
if we never find Jennifer.
It can be 10 years.
Well, there are also,
There's other avenues, just don't, but this isn't gonna, we can't answer that question unless we know where Jennifer is. In the immediate future, we can't answer that question unless we know where Jennifer is.
You guys look.
We've been looking,
I need them all the notes.
Michelle, why do you think we just pressed you so hard? Why do you think we just talked to you at length? And your attorney's been here 3 times today.
we all want to find Jennifer. I think there's only one person who doesn't want us to find Jennifer.
And he will not talk.
He won't talk. Close? No. Absolutely not. Did he tell you not to cooperate with us? No, he never told you that?
No.
Okay. Well, he's demonstrated that. So, yeah, all right, so anyway, we're trying. All right. No idea where she. Okay.
Yes, I'm gonna meet with her now. I'm gonna meet with her now. Yes. I will give her your.
Can I look her with all my cards?
I saw your friends this week. Okay, no, please, please.
I know, we all work out.
Detective Kimball, directing your attention now to June 6, 2019, did you have an opportunity to speak with the defendant again?
Yes, we did.
And was that interview also recorded?
Yes, it was.
And during the course of that conversation, did you have an opportunity to speak about the whereabouts of Fotis Dulos on the morning of May 24th?
Yes, we did.
Judge, is this a natural time to?
Well, would counsel approach, please?
Yes.
Tomorrow at 10 o'clock.
All rise. Sir, stand up. This honorable Superior Court now stands adjourned until tomorrow at 10 a.m.
Thank you.
You can exit the courtroom.